Welcome back to yet another Angry Coach Marathon. There are at least 4 people who still play StarCraft 2, and at least half of them are here, paying me actual real money to tell them to spend their in-game version. Yes, we have Terran players. We also have a Protoss, I think. Zerg players, we may get there. They're still struggling, as at every level they do. But eventually, Zerg players will also be included, so that way we can reach our diversity quota. But wait, you might be like, Winter, shouldn't you just, out of the goodness of your heart, allow everyone to get a chance at Angry Coach, everyone to participate? And to that I say, no. You goddamn Zoomers. You're not entitled to anything. You get nothing. The problem with StarCraft 2, for so many people, is you start with the same amount of drones as Sarah, the same amount of probes as Zest, and the same amount of SCVs as Maru. And how you fuck it up so goddamn quickly? Well, that's my job to tell you and yours to ignore, because that way I'll still continually have ways to monetize your stupidity. That is the beauty of the internet. It was a mistake, but it's a mistake that at least I get to profit from. So, without further ado, we move into 2022 for another Angry Coach Marathon. Thank you for joining me. Smash that like button, the only button you have left. Thank you, good luck, have fun, and let's get started. We have a Terran.
New subscriber detected.
Fields_GG is chillin' for 19 months. Time to see if this angry coach gets demonetized like the last
Oh
one.
yes, thank you to YouTube for
Irish
especially if you're watching this on YouTube, you.
So close to greatness.
It's only up there for your amusement, as Angry Coach, for some reason, was demonetized for, it was unsuitable for most advertisers. Not all, but most. For excessive language. And all I spoke was English, so I don't really understand that. I only speak 2 languages, English and American. So, I'm not really sure what they meant. Yes, it doesn't mean outright no ads. It just means if you're still getting ads, you're a filthy, disgusting person. So I probably still am making plenty on that. It's just most advertisers will opt into not showing their ads for some reason. Which is good, right? Like, we need to keep that up. Anyways, what do we got? Helichez. Kicking things off, I'm the Terran. This is Highish Diamond. I believe Diamond won, though we just killed a probe. So, I mean, and also we finished so the probe died. There's 3 SCVs not mining. That's where we're starting here. Alright, cancel for the orbital. Start a marine.
Carrier has arrived.
And his name is John C. We're gonna get in the ring and put boots to asses. This
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me?
Chat isn't on the screen. What would we do? Without chat on the screen, we wouldn't be able to, like, for context, what's the point of talking if you can't point out yourself talking later on another platform and be like, hey, that's me. Do I really look that stupid? I doubt we get that far. Alright, so
Oh, good.
this is
Now
one
I
gate
have your
expand,
attention.
which is
My name one stop one day
Thanks,
is chillin' for
David.
53 months. Chat lives matter.
Upgrade complete.
oh, we got okay. So he walled off the low ground, which is a thing. What? He made a marine. I do like the bunker. I don't know if the bunker is because he said any amount of words or if simply because getting a bunker is a safe choice.
Add-on complete.
Your name, are you military? The interrogation continues. The beauty of Protoss, I think you'll find, especially as you go up in the ranks, Protoss players realize they have plenty of actions to spare. They spare them out of the lack of requirement to use them while playing and also from their IQ points. So, here we are. I used to know my way around the base. All right. I don't get it. Well, here we are. I do appreciate. I gotta give some credit here. A little bit of credit. A little bronze star of credit. The build is still on point. Like we haven't slipped significantly. I mean, not perfect on the SCV production, but okay. Well, that as soon as I say it, we miss part of an SCV. It took you that long to type K.
Command center upgrade complete.
No appropriate response. Anyone striking up a conversation 2 minutes into a StarCraft match is a little questionable. Oh my god. Unrelated to music. Guess you don't know it's related to music. So this is when you start building turrets. He's really, like, he's put a lot out there this game. He has really, you know, here's a reason to play Barcode. Okay, so stupid-ass Protoss who are simulating what having a friend would be like, but still unable to pull off not sounding like a dick, don't talk to you as much. Was there not a fourth one? Okay. So overall, the Widow Mine dropped mostly on time here. There's a dog blocking the depot. If you lose the game, his DTs get in because the dog is blocking the depot.
Add-on complete.
So generally, 30 to 35 SCVs is when... Wait, do we have... Well, we have Terran for dummies. But that is not the exact build. Yeah, 30 to 35 SCVs is when you should be able to afford racks 2 and 3. Why can't we? Mostly queuing up SCVs a little. And not dropping mules. But not a huge deal. Not huge. Overall, at this point, like, it's close enough to on point. Okay. Like, well, that was a strong reaction. Every Terran does a Widow Mine drop. It's Widow Mine drop or nothing. That's 90% of games between 4 and 8K MMR.
Oh, a follower.
So here's what you do,
Hybrid is
by the
joined
way.
for 36
Thank you,
months.
Kybrid, I guess. Here's what you do. When you see 5, 6 stalkers in position, I want you to not fly in and die. Alright, here's my tip. Don't. Okay? So you see how there are the stalkers there? Don't. Don't. Like, if he doesn't have a third, it's 2 base versus 2 base. And you don't know if he has a third. But the point here is, he obviously has stalkers based on the fact you can see the stalkers with your fucking eyes. And you're we're staring. You still have time here. He doesn't even have blink done. You still have time at this moment to turn this boat around. Unfortunately or fortunately, a significant, like 60, 70, maybe a little less than 70% of early game PvT is decided by whether the Widow Mind Drop does damage. Like, if it gets slapped down, the Protoss has total map control. You have almost no way to move out, especially if you only have 1, not 2 extra racks, especially if you're a year away from getting stim and combat shield and all those fancy ass things. Just having the Widow Mind Drop exist. Like, you come in, he sees it, you back out. Well, now you got a Widow Mind Drop that could come in at any time. Okay? But when he shoots it and kills everything, there is no threat because he shot it in the face. Hybrid is continually linking things in the chat that he clipped, reminding me of the Uncle and Napoleon Dynamite, who, if Coach had just put him in that last quarter, we could watch the sick tape of him winning regionals. Unfortunately, Coach decided against it, and they won anyways, but there's that. Okay, you deserve that one. It's just, it comes off like a dick because he is. So you're supposed to have 3 barracks, not 2 barracks. 3 barracks. I'll give you 2 out of 3 strikes. This is not like a really optional thing. Part of the reason Terran players at this level, this higher diamond, struggle is simply because they can't nail down the build. Like, this is the not nailing down the build. Like, you kind of got most of the trash talk / Widow Mind Drop, but then you dropped the ball on the Mind Drop, and you didn't follow it up with the 3 racks. Or more, at this point. Like, it's not enough. Like, you're not going to be able to follow it up. And that means he can sit back and have a leisurely stroll to whatever tech he wants. The big danger for Protoss players is before they get their bullshit power units, before they get their Colossi, or 74 charge lots, or maybe even Templar, though that takes a lot of extra control groups, so I wouldn't expect Templar. And that is what players like Maru and Clem are so good at exploiting, because they're not missing a beat back at home. Like, a lot of players will see, oh, look, the Maru or Cure did a Widow Mind Drop, so I should do a Widow Mind Drop. No, the Widow Mind Drop is to keep the Protoss busy until you can get actual fucking units. Unfortunately, when you don't even have a tech lab on a Rex past the 5-minute mark, you're gonna have real issues with the getting the fucking units part. I mean, okay, no, we gotta be creative. I'm trying not to get demonetized. I want to get revenue from both parts of this. Twitch and YouTube. A bunch of the
Donation confirmed.
okay, all right.
It's
Let's
grade
try here.
333 just donated
A bunch of the
$15
bucket-loving units.
for your content.
I'll just work off the player names. That way it's personal. It sounds insulting, but only because of my tone. Okay? The bucket-loving units you have here. Three regs, minimum. Up to 5. At this point, you might as well go up to 5. There. If I could take away one part of that X and make just like some sort of lambda-looking fucking shit, that's the one, right? I need to Google it now. Yeah. Then I would, but I can't, so... Not like the whole thing, just one part of it, 1/4 of the X.
Base is under attack.
Alright, so he has a bunch of stalkers, which is not surprising because you saw a bunch of stalkers before. You need to put a tank down the ramp. The biggest mistake you can make as a Terran player, especially against Protoss, is being a bitch. I say that after pointing out you should not have lost the Widowmine drop. But by sitting in your main with both tanks and nothing in the bunker, he's just going to run you around.
Add-on.
Yeah, one tank on each base. And this, okay, you want to know who's going to be the better player in the long run? Because I don't know. Because we're all making the same fucking mistakes here. Something's happening, therefore, we're microing. No, this is not a turn-based strategy game. Real-time strategy. You might be like, well, Protoss doesn't really work like that. He has a robo. He has a forge. Gateways you should be building. He has Nexi for probes. You, on the other hand, have all of the production facilities. Nobody's spending jack shit. If you ever get above 1,000 minerals, like, it's not like you're mining that much. Honestly, here's my real tip before I consider turning the replay off. Look to when you get 1,000 minerals in each of your replays the first time. And make it take longer next time. This time, 6 minutes and 10 seconds. If next game it's 6 minutes and 30 seconds, then 6:40 at... I mean, there's a chance that gets you in the habit of queuing up like 10 Marines on your barracks, which is not good, but it's better than queuing up 0.
Upgrade add-on complete. Command center add-on complete. Research complete.
Okay, so you want to know a trick for seeing where there's an observer? Do you guys see it? Do you guys have enough quality? Well, here's the trick. When you zoom in and out, it makes the observer look like it's moving, even if it's not. Do you see it now? Are you on dial-up? Because otherwise... The thing is, I point this out because you have a Raven, so it's free to kill observers.
Is under.
As long as you can figure out where the fuck they are. How do you think he got in here? So I want to point this part out as well. Notice the supplies. It probably feels like you're kind of just losing now. A lot of Terrans feel like this for no discernible reason.
Research complete.
The thing is, you're not losing. And that's because if he was actually macroing, he wouldn't be facing you. What? Okay, so you scanned a bunch of charred lots, an immortal, and a likely third. So no splash damage, and you're like, that is not going to get better. There's 0 splash damage. You have half a dozen medevacs. You got 50 supply of bio and a Raven. It's not going to get better. Where are you going?
Mineral field depleted.
That is not an army that gets easier to beat. He's gonna add in Disruptors and Colossi and Templar and all these other fun things. This is the best time to attack. Oh, okay. Ah.
Get the fuck out of here!
We're gonna just leave the replay now. Why? Because that's the best advice I can give you. That's 3 strikes. You're out of here. Just like your medevacs. Because that is the second part. The first part is just not spending your money. Like, that's the first part. The first part is screwing up your build and not spending your money. The second part is being a bitch. Okay? What I mean is, you see a Protoss army, you're like, walking seems hard. I'm just going to take 70% of my army in medevacs, leave all my good units behind, and send it off into the fucking sunset. So that way, at least it feels like I'm safe until all my units die. I don't care if you win or lose at that point. That is indicative of the exact mindset that every Diamond player who thinks they're temporarily embarrassed masters, but really are just an advanced Platinum thinks. It is perfectly on brand. How does YouTube flag videos for inappropriate behavior? You know they have automated closed captioning. That's pretty good, and I like to think I enunciate relatively well. I'm no Dutch commentator, all right? Pick one who learned English instead of grew up speaking it. But it knows the words I'm saying. All of them. And when I call you a fucking bitch, it knows. And if the ratio of people being fucking bitches is too goddamn fucking high, well, it might be able to tell that it's possibly unsuitable for some advertisers. If I see another Terran player scan charge lots and be like, I need to load up these medevacs. Oh my god. I guessed right. He was Diamond 1 against a Masters Protoss. Oh, the Protoss loses. Ah, we're here for the chat, though, remember. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Of course the Protoss loses. But, yeah, okay, we'll follow this up. This will show you why we saw this replay. Nice. Oh, yeah, and then later he says, get the fuck out. I assume he slaps down the stupid medevacs, but dies anyways because his macro is terrible because he's too busy doing weird interpretations of other people's names instead of learning how to play StarCraft. Yada, yada, yada. Anyways, so for Diamond 1, that was a C-. That was, you hit every stereotype of a Diamond player and you're not getting the Masters as Terran like that. That was, yes, the macro was good, but you did not nail the build. You made horrible decisions. Making more shit does counter less shit. But if he had just gone Colossus instead of Charge Lot, then you would have been in a lot more trouble. But that would have also been too complicated for Mr. 69 IQ over there. So, I'm giving you a 0.5 on each. Half shame, half alright. And then we're going to change Terran to Doom % with 2 zeros. And we're going to move on. Alt 95. You need to put your account on not private mode. On SC2 replay stats, I can tell because it just bounced me to my account page. We're gonna slip this PvP in while you get that done. It shouldn't take long. Not only is it not on SC2 replay stats, it seems to be fully Meta League. Yes. So all it says, the only message with this one is PvP. That's it. That's the whole message. And it was $20 instead of 15, which is just inefficient. But sure. Okay, so in PvP, like, in the Meta Leagues, I don't think you need to wall off against Adepts. I don't think anyone has the reaction time or micro to care on either side. So I'm not going to worry too much. I'd like to point out the other Protoss going gas first. Not that that's particularly relevant, it's just interesting. Okay, so we're doing one gate expand, which is a bit... I mean, once again, Meta Leagues. Just having a build, even if it's the same build, isn't more important than just randomly placing stuff down. Alright. Building a shield battery in the main. So, 150 gas. Ah, yes, the Gateway of Shame. So, here we have the Gateway of Shame. This is a staple. We're going through the Meta League staples. The Gateway of Shame is, I have enough minerals because this is when I'm supposed to build my tech. But I didn't really have a plan for this moment, so I guess I'll just build a gateway. The most important thing, especially if you're expanding, that you can do as a Protoss, is get your tech. That is the first thing you do after the Cyber Core. Once you have 150 gas, you can get any tech building that Protoss wants. Not a forge. That does not count. That's the other staple. Alt 95, I see you. I see you. We're going to hold on to that thought. It will come up again, but we'll get there. But yeah. So, building this gate, one, is in a bad position. This gate is when the build ends. I'm going to assume, Mr. Pyramid. Because this gate is just kind of, I guess I'll get a gate. And where will I get it? I guess in the front. Even though it will likely hurt you more than help. So that's where we are with that. And that's a robo. Also in the front, where it can be killed or make it harder for your own units to attack. And that's a shield battery in a random seeming location. Where are we gonna go from here? Just throw some more pylons up there. Okay. More pylons.
Research finished, but I'm still waiting on high-sec auto-tracking.
Like, so we're at 2 out of 3 gates. We got that second gate, but that's not it. You usually want more than 2. You can afford, well, more. I guess getting a third. Most of the Meta Leagues are about spending your money and building workers. So, I mean, at some point you do need to build units. Oh, no, his base. Okay. Stalker's not really incredible against anything in particular. Okay, so Twilight Council, Forge. We're getting there. Oh, wait, no, you shot at it. So, pro tip, when your stalker shoots at an observer, that means they have an observer. Not that it necessarily matters, but like... Moving on. This feels like a little bit of one of those, oh, I remember charge lots exist because they have them built. So stalkers are terrible. Stalkers are like a lightsaber, okay? They feel cool. They feel like fun to use, but they're more likely to hurt you one way or another than they are to help you fight. Even in melee combat, to be honest. Okay. I guess we're gonna get... The reason you usually don't build your forges on the edge of your main is because then they're on the edge of your main. Which is the most likely place in your main for things to die. So, I hate it. That's way too many stalkers. Are we gonna see? So he just saw zealots. Which means... Is this the pick ban style of mirror matchups in the Meta Leagues? Or is this going to be the I'm stealing your homework style? I think it's stealing your homework. So pick ban is like, oh my god, he went for Colossus Stalker? I must go for Void Ray Zealot. Like, and then of course stealing your homework is, oh, he has zealots? I need to get zealots. Like, it's usually one or the other. That's the first... No, we're warping in zealots. Yeah. He's realized that zealots are a unit that exists now that his enemy has notified him. Charge starts. Yeah, it was not until his enemy demonstrated that zealots were indeed a unit that we have begun building them. Otherwise, stalkers really got you covered. The Dark Shrine in there just for a little extra flavor, of course. Oh, Pyramid is in the chat. So, Pyramid, what do I say? What is the unit composition? You're using my announcer in-game, for better or worse here. Now, my announcer, they kind of vetoed all the lines that were too coachy there. Though I did slip a few in, like, how many... Do you still have 1 out of 3 in gas? Kind of ones, but in the actual coaching, I say there's a unit composition that you should build. Especially if you don't know what unit composition to build. Do you know what that is? Can you name at least 2 out of the 3 units? And nobody else speak for like 15 seconds while he gets his keyboard to type the words in 1 finger at a time. God damn it. Immortal Archon charge lot. So, now let's continue. Are stalkers Immortals, Archons, or charge lots? Okay, not a trick question. Are stalkers either Immortals, Archons, or charge lots? No. Alright, moving on. With that knowledge gained, 4 stalkers. I'm pretty sure in low APM videos, I mentioned this as well. 4 stalkers. If you see they have air units, maybe more if you desperately need them. 4, not 14 of the least cost-effective units in the game.
Under attack. They're not immortals. Mineral patch upgrade completed.
4. Okay, so don't... Just because... What are you, a fucking Bronze League hero? You have plenty of space in your main. These gateways are more likely to make it difficult for you to attack your opponent. You're creating force fields between you and your opponent. Yeah, I guess the plus side is you are making more gateways. The downside, of course, is that they are in the way.
Your research is complete.
The gateway. Oh my god.
You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief.
Where are you? Why the fuck? This is the same. This is about the same as picking everything up into a medevac and flying off directly to the right side. Why in the fuck are you over here? Where are we going? Trying to take a sneaky path with 100 supply of army? Go forward! Don't try to outmaneuver him. He's going to win by simply attacking directly at your face. Yes, if you do want to take the long road around the 4th, but there's rocks you can go through. Also, before you attack, just generally, it's a good idea to get some some general location of where their entire army is, instead of just, you know, not. Like, what is this? Look at this. What is this? What the fuck is this? So, I mean, there's not that many. So he could be anywhere from there to there. Where are we going? This was a bad move. Yeah, well, when you have more bases than your opponent, your goal should not be to outmaneuver them. Your goal should be to smash them or defend. Because if they have less bases than you, they should, assuming nobody did anything, which is actually entirely true, because we are 10 minutes in and not a single fucking thing has died. It's about to change, but this zealot is very unlucky. Literally no rush 10 minutes. And then both of you donkeys decide now is the time. So, as the saying goes, great minds think alike, but fools think even more aliker. As we see here. Because both of you are just kind of stumbling in the general direction of each other without any idea where the fuck they are.
Your base is under attack.
You know, those gateways are working out. I mean, we're gonna lose all the gateways. I like this. I like this. And we're going home!
Mineral field looking for your artosis pylons.
What the fuck is this trailer bullshit? This is the downside of making aesthetically pleasing pylons. Alright, like... There's nowhere to recall here. Your army is too thick. You've all, like, you don't want to recall on top of, like, when he has 15 zealots, or 20 zealots on top of your base. It's already too late to recall there. Recall wasn't the issue. The issue was that he got here without you seeing anything at all. And then you decided to take the scenic route. Looks like more shit still counters less shit. So what's gonna happen is, Winter, I'd like some tips. What I did was ignore most of your tips and the fact my opponent was in the game, and then I won anyways because I built more shit than him. It's like, alright, so do like half of that and you'll continue winning for a while, and I have nothing else for you. This isn't even from SC2 replay stats. It was just a single replay you uploaded for the first time, and I congratulate you on the technological accomplishment. It must have been hard.
Out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice. Research upgrade complete. But at what cost?
Oh yeah, 17 more gateways.
You have engaged the enemy. I've never seen this screen before. Wow.
I'd like to say, at the end of the day, you can go fuck yourself. It was okay, I guess.
And his name is John
Fuck
Cena.
off.
We're gonna get in the ring and put boots to asses. This
Are you
weekend.
kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now?
I continue to play bad against Sky Toss.
Donation.
Join the club.
Snake Hub 170.
The
just
opener was
donated
not horrendous.
$6.90.
The opener was mostly
Not
okay.
submitting, just
For Metal
bitching.
League Pro
2 years
Toss,
playing is
at
as
the
new
level
race,
where
4.5
having a build order
games,
puts him
and
in the
still
winning
flat.
column.
Maybe if I get a lobotomy I'll play better.
New subscriber detected.
It was alright.
Soul Run
I mean, it
chilling
says
for
you're
40
flat,
minutes.
but I have a feeling you've played like 6 games total this season, so it was like a B. Alright, now we have... Oh wait, we got Alt 95, who may have... Oh yeah, wait, let me quote here from Alt 95. I cheese a lot. I was gonna have a show match on a server, so I set it to private. Explain every one of those words. By the way. Please, explain every part of it. 1, I cheese a lot. What does that mean? 2, I was gonna have a show match. What does that mean? 3, oh, on a server. You're on a Discord server. I 4-gate in PvP. So like your real hidden cheese is that you do cheeses that suck. It's like I like to cheese, but I only do cheeses I can remember from the good old days because the last 10 years have been essentially an alcohol-fueled haze. Is that it? Yep. Don't enthusiastically. You see, this is the difference between Protoss and everyone else. Even Zest, like, yeah, I'm gonna stop drinking as much and focus on my play after he wins GSL Super Tournament. After beating Maru and Dark. Yeah, I'm a big fan of... Okay, Zest, alright. Like, well, nobody's surprised, but everyone's amused. So this is, Diamond Protoss. Somehow, you say you misclick for a minute and get just supply blocked. A horrible misclick leaves me supply blocked. What is the horrible misclick? Like, canceling 6 pylons? Like, I don't understand. Well, let's find out. Did you win the show match? By the way? Ah, yes, here's a So, this is a Terran player. By the way, the show match never happened. Oh, wow, who would have thought?
Carrier has arrived.
Can you increase the angry? Only for people who are so cheap as to think $10 is gonna affect my general outcome. I'm not your mother,
Can
okay?
you increase the angry?
Now this is a Terran. The Protoss, drunken haze for a decade, wins GSL. The Terran, diamond named Queen OP, accusing his opponent of being a smurf. In his defense, is very, very light defense. Your name is Alt, which almost everyone would say stands for alternate, which would be the simplest way of saying you're a smurf. There is a simpler way, which is using the Kaczynski portrait. So, which I don't believe you had. I believe you. My brothers control and delete. Unstoppable together. Alright. So yeah, this is Diamond Terran. This is what he's coming in with, by the way. This is his starting move.
Base is under attack.
Did you just lose your probe? You see, that's how they get you. Alright, did you just fucking lose your probe to SCVs? He is busy macaraxing, killing your probe in his mineral line. Don't type, just block him. Nah, don't block him. It's more fun this way. Queen OP. Alright, nobody thinks queens are OP. They're just sad they're the only unit you can build as Zerg. Anybody who thinks queens are OP is ridiculous. They should be upset at how one-dimensional Zerg is, but Queen OP, especially for a Terran, is one of the silliest things. If anything, that's the Smurf. In fact, this is probably some fucking intense projection here, because I would not put it past a Terran player to rename themselves and their main account Queen OP, but I also would put just as much chance on him being the Smurf. Anyways, I'm just predisposed to dislike especially Diamond Terran players, and it's their fault. I mean, they give me plenty of ammunition. Did you realize he didn't have a barrack? Tell me right. Did you realize he doesn't have a barracks and he has 2 gas that your probe that is now dead saw? Are we still busy? He's doing some real mind games here with the chatter. I didn't realize the barracks, but I saw the 2 gas. It's actually better if you don't realize the barracks, if it's a Macarex like that. Okay, so that's not where you put that. The reason you put a pylon at the natural, most of the time, I mean, I guess if he's going 2 gas, not that relevant, is to wall off against Hellions. But if he is going double gas, then we got a second pylon on time. All right, fine. I mean, a Terran's Terran. You should thank him for such tips. He's probably expecting to be thanked. In some part of his mind, there's an expectation to be thanked. Thank you, One Shot. Like, realistically, he knows no one's going to thank him. But oh my god. He fucked up his build so hard he's going double factory. Okay, he's not a Smurf. He's just really not good. This is like the perfect cognitive dissonance Terran. Like, I've studied Maru for fucking 16 hours a week for the last 6 weeks, and I've also played 3 games. Oh my god. At least you got the robo. It would have been more fun if he was actually just fucking with you. But he's it's the sadder version. It's the sadder version. It's just he's very bad. He's just very bad. I don't know. Like, what is this? What is happening? What the fuck? He's typing it while this is happening. All right. Beautiful. Yeah, the bunker was in vision range. 2 Neckus. 3 stale curs. And 9 for the men. Corruptible. 3 for the elves. 5 for the dwarf lords with their drilling claws. Strail Bora. Oh my. 1 gas in 3 minutes. And Wow. I feel it's like if you had some sort of a deep learning AI that took spawningtool.com build orders and combined it with a 4chan word cloud. I know. Here we are. Why are those gates there? He's not building any more Hellions. We're not walling up Hellions anymore. Anyways, moving on. At least you toned it down. I must see. Why does your hotkey... Okay, alright. I don't know how this happened, but you have a probe, four gates, and a robo. You know there's a warp gate button. Also, maybe we'll try hotkeying our units at some point, too. Maybe we'll make that step. Well, the 2 gates are building. I think it's supposed to be his production key. Like, at this point, he's obviously doing some weird shit. Honestly, for a Diamond Protoss, this is where the misclick gets supply blocked for a minute. I have no idea how one misclick does that, but let's find out. The misclick is repeatedly microing and forgetting to build pylons. That's the misclick. Which is, I wouldn't call that so much a misclick as just a mistake, but like... Oh. No. Okay. So, here's the strike. Here's the strike. That was it, by the way. Here's the strike. Why is that the strike? Because you're like, I had one opportunity to build pylons and I fucked it up. That is not how StarCraft works. That is not how it works. Like, it's not like, oh, I missed my window. I had to build those pylons during a fucking lunar eclipse. And then, well, I guess, maybe next time. I know. Like, every second you're not building pylons is another mistake. Look at this fucking select all. Look at your shame. 3 observers are staring at your shame. Why do you build the observers in the first place? So you can see all the mistakes you're making up close and personal? I like your pretend hotkey here. That is essentially just the Select All Army Key Redundant Edition. Select All Army Remastered. Now even less efficient. I thought I had Shift Siege? Yeah, they probably were halfway across the map, and then you panicked again. Like... You need to build any number of pylons. Any number that is not 0. 0 doesn't... Any number, any integer above 1. 1, or starting with 1. Okay? Alright, wait for it. All this while 0 So here's the production tab. This is why you're diamond. At least Mr. Queen's OP childhood trauma over there is spending his money. If only because he has so little of it. Whereas you, on the other hand, had a decent opener, but under the sign of any units that can actually kill yours, a complete and utter mental breakdown. Like, you just need to not do this. I don't know how to fix this. Besides, unbind the Select All Army Key. Here's the thing. I distinctly remember, you know who was really bad about this? Innovation. Why? Because he streamed. Okay? A lot of pro players, they don't stream very much. You can't see all their mistakes. But Innovation used to stream pretty regular. Innovation did not have his Select All Army Key bound. Multiple times a game, Mouse comes over here, clicks it. I remember distinctly seeing that. I'm like, I mean, he was still top grandmaster, one of the best Terrans in the world, but still, like, I don't... All right, wait. And dun. Wait, did you manage? You managed to shift. Also, just the fact you built 3 observers in the first place and still have not scouted what he has in his base. Like, it's terrible. It's bad. It's very bad. He obviously threw you off with his, what they call on, in some parts of the internet, trolling, and most parts of the internet, sad. Alright, there, we finally figured out what pylons are. So, this is obviously not how you handle this. How you handle this is by not getting supply block for a minute and building anything but stalkers. News fucking flash. Stalkers, not good. Alright? Let's see. Jimmy, do we have anything but my thumbnail version of this? I forget if I actually made it or if it was just a screenshot. I think we only have the thumbnail version. But it's still accurate. I think there's a better than 69% chance you watch this video, yet you're here fucking microing 4 stalkers. Instead of building, you know, anything else. Aren't blink stalkers the direct counter? No! The direct counter is a warp prism and micro several 100% more better than he can do. Or, you know, like just building charge lots or some shit. Honestly, building enough probes and A-moving them at the cyclones while you focus on building fucking pylons would also work. Because right now, we're up by 20 workers. Sacrifice 20 probes, then focus on macro. It's gonna take him a while to kill 20 probes. If only the observers... So this motherfucker over here... Oh, I'm sorry. This queen worshipper over here. This projectionist over here. This, uncomfortable excuse for a human being over here. Has gone mass cyclone with mag field accelerator. We've spent more time desperately trying to get observers sieged up in locations that will essentially never be relevant than we have on worrying about anything else. You spent like 30 seconds sieging up observers in useless locations. I doubt he has a starport. Like, let's think for 3 seconds. I know, that sounds like a long time. He's over here. He has 2 factories. He's got a bio-curious composition, which really, I think, would describe him in many ways. From start to finish here. But you have 1,700 minerals, and you're deathly afraid of 6 cyclones. Like, this isn't Kansas anymore, because that would be the only acceptable excuse. It's like, but cyclones are technically just hurricanes in the Indian Ocean. And what I mean is, shut the fuck up, it was still a good joke. What the fuck was that, you stupid piece of shit? What was that? How many right clicks does it take to move one of the slowest units in the game? What in the fuck? That's monsoons? What? No, that's not monsoons. Monsoons are the after effect of the cyclones. That was adrenaline. Oh my god. He locked on to me. Like
Donation.
maximum speed. Look at this.
11 Law just
Oh my
donated $15.
god.
Lost a lot
All
this
that,
season.
all that to
Yeah,
move
let's
4
show me
feet.
the way.
This is the kind of stuff you have to get over if you're ever going to get better at StarCraft. That kind of stuff, you just wasted 5 seconds and however many years off your life on that observer. I don't. If only there was some place you could put an observer that would give you information on where your opponent, whether your opponent was attacking. Can we, I don't know. I wonder where you could put an observer. I don't know if there's anywhere useful that you could put a fucking observer. All right, Alt. Tell me why.
Donation confirmed.
Maxis
Ain't
underscore
nothing
prime
but a
just donated
diamond.
$15.
Tell me why. Why are you getting a strike? Tell me why. What unit are you fucking building? Stalkers suck so much. Didn't you get charge? You have charge. You stupid fucks. Charge is done. If you warp in like 6 charge lots, probably beat this army on their own. The Cyclones will actually kill some of the Stalkers, which cost more than charge lots, I might add. Part of the oh my god. Like, they're in actual danger. LOLUC. This was the most cost-inefficient defense you could have possibly mounted. You just spam shit out. I agree. The same unit for 10 minutes. Now, this is where, if he was capable of empathy and didn't have it beaten out of him as a child, then he would realize he's doing the same thing for the same reasons. This game is so fucking stressful that I literally cannot think. Not metaphorically, literally cannot make the mental leap to build the unit that I've been thinking about building because I'm panicking, right? Like... Sick alt. Little does he know it's your main. And that's the sad... Oh my god. Stalkers suck so much. I'm turning the... I can't turn the replay off because of, you know, plot development. But... where are you fucking going? What is he gonna do? Chase you down with his 6 Marines? Just walk away. He's gonna fly his tanks out there? I didn't know how much I was ahead. Yeah, that's clear. Magic take me home, but nothing.
Upgrade complete.
You know, if you were 30% more competent, I could see that as trolling. Thankfully, I guess you're not. Like, that would be a troll move at, like, GM. I just crushed your third. I obviously have 4 bases, and then recalling in your face. Sir, respectfully, you have been dying to Marauders, tanks, and Cyclones the entire game, and you just warped in 6 more Stalkers. I will say, this skin on the Immortals is a problem. Can you tell how many Immortals are in this army? I mean, without looking at the fucking selection tab? The answer, by the way, is 7. You can press F11 and mute players in-game. Just press the block communication thing. F11 is the chat log. But yeah, the skin is a bit much on the Immortals, I will say. It's not as bad when that, like, you can kind of... It's not great. It doesn't matter here, obviously. But here we are. The thing is, like, why are we... How many Zealots have you even built this game? Like, 4? This is... Are you gonna lose? You stupid bitch? Oh my god. Well, Immortals are good. But you lost... Okay, this is your opportunity. The slate has been wiped clean with the hydraulic fluid of stock. Literally, every Stalker died. The only Zealot lived, and so did all the Immortals. Alright, everyone, what unit composition do I tell people to build? It's not... If you cut out the Stalkers, you'll unlock Immortals, Archons, and Charge Slots. That's not how it fucking works, alright? You actually just don't build the Stalker, believe it or not. Believe it or not, you don't build the Stalkers. It's not when you cut away like a fucking unboxing video when you lose 38 fucking Stalkers, then you unlock Immortal, Archon, Charge Slot. No, no, you just build the right units in the first place, so that way you don't have to lose. Let's see. You've lost 48 units. I'm willing to bet about 40 of them are Stalkers. Maybe anything else. Honest, Void Rays would have been better. Remember, the CIA. Yes. The CIA. That's what you gotta remember. And Terran should be afraid. Charge Lot, Immortal, Archon. And if you don't remember the CIA, then they'll remember you. Please take this moment to remind our angry coach of his self-contradiction on his bragging on how good Stalkers were only a few days ago when I called him on it and was summarily dismissed. Multiple options. 1, for competent players who have decent priorities, which is obviously significantly higher MMR than you, both mentally or in-game, they're not a bad unit. They're like a scalpel. They're useful for precision work for precision people who have some basic qualification, which occasionally includes me. Obviously making me exclusive in that category here, including the chat. Believe it or not, while you give a toddler baby food, you don't necessarily give it to yourself. Do you eat baby food? Do you? Because it'd be fitting, but things change, all right? The qualifications change, the needs change, depending on how competent you are, how mentally developed. But maybe baby food is the thing for you. If you're desperate, yes. It's not a perfect analogy. But the point is, you're stupid. I could have explained it better, but that's all you deserved. And obviously that was low-hanging fruit. Thank you for the bait. But here we are. Oh, he made a Liberator, so therefore I need Stalkers and Carriers. Why the fuck are you building Carriers? Build a CIA. Oh my god. Are you gonna lose? You know, I will actually gain respect if you lose this game. Because that would be amazing. That you send this in. Like, this is a game I need to figure out how to play from. Like, C can stand for carrier? Shut the fuck up. Oh, I hope he loses now. He was so close to actually winning this before he A-moved everything. Just he's so mad. It wasn't like it wasn't like he was holding on to his skill and waiting until he was almost losing. No. You just did everything wrong. Even though you were so far ahead, his build was so bad. It was impressively bad. Probably because he was typing, and reliving his version of traumatic events more than anything else. But you guys remember this, Observer? If only there was some way to see what was going on the map. Why do you even build observers is my question. Because the idea of observers is good. Using them is harder. You guys see that? You see? This is why we built the observer the whole time. Right? Right? It's important. You definitely see that, right? Oh, I thought when you went to the main, you were about to prove me both wrong and right, depending on your interpretation. Nope. I can't tell. I can't tell how he types. I mean, like, I don't know if that's trying to avoid the language filter, or if, like, he misclicks more than you and your pylons. Oh yeah, it's been a while since you responded to him. Wow, he's really going, isn't he? Oh look, charge lots. Oh, you really threw that one out there. About that. Congratulations on your talent. Notice the army you have when you're winning? What is that? What do you have there? Huh. Is it 3 Immortals, 11 Charge Lots, and 4 Archons? Wow, that was a lot. Okay, so... And then also some Carriers and Void Rays, but in no way are those the most dangerous things. Alright, so that was very diamond. Wait, how diamond? That was diamond 3, correct? So... Steve. There. I mean, you obviously know what you want to do, and then you keep shooting yourself in the foot. And then looking at your foot like, I shot myself in the foot. You're like, it's going to take a full minute to reload. Why? Because I'm microing 4 Stalkers against Cyclones, that's why. You built Stalkers against Cyclones? Shame.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
The beauty was going charge, because you know charge is better. And then making more Stalkers. That was a whole experience. So anyways, we have DJ Merlin and Meow. This is a series of replays. Are all of them a series of replays? You sent me 4 replays with 3 replays of currencies. Yeah, to reiterate, the hope score is based on my opinion, which is the only one that matters. If you play a medium amount of games, which is 5 per league, 5 for bronze, 10 silver, 15 gold, 20 platinum, 25 for diamond per week. How likely I think in the next month you'll get promoted a league or diamond plus a tier, because diamond plus is a huge range. So like, do I think it's likely if he plays a medium amount of games a week to get to diamond 2? No, I don't. Not like that. Do I think he deserves diamond? Probably. This is mine. The other 3. No, you get to choose 2. Okay. Out of those 3. Oh, you're saying I coached the Protoss on Mind Drop Defense. Not for this one. What the fuck? We got more Diamond Terran. Somehow stealing the show no matter who we're looking at. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing with the camera? Wow. Testing scroll speed. That is a good response. If you all shut up and played the game, you'd be plus 500. Boring, and I wouldn't get money. Monetizing low self-esteem and high need to be loved is a tried and true ancient human practice. And I'm just here to do it with the internet. Please subscribe.
CC upgrade done. You remember this time? Wow.
Yeah, if you wanted to improve, there are plenty of pro or semi-pro players who offer actual coaching. For probably some even cheaper than a single Angry Coach replay, but that wouldn't be nearly as exciting.
Now
Thank you, King Cash 24.
You're out on
King Cash 24 is chilling for 1 month.
Why are you building a second Hellion? The first Hellion... Pig's Brawn, that wasn't an invitation to advertise other people's shit. It was a compliment to me. By the way...
New subscriber.
Do you know you're playing against a
Cloud
Protoss right
Ultima
now?
Weapon is chilling for 9 months.
Thank you, Cloud Ultima. Like, what is this? Why are you doing a TVT build? Explain. What if he makes 2 Stalkers? People also do this build versus Toss? Yeah, but he's Diamond. I like taking map control. It's a thing. No, but he's Diamond. Now he's gonna go micro not 1, but 2 Reapers. Ah, it's a disaster. I think you lie. The point is, he's making all the units that are going to distract him from doing the rest of the build.
Light 1C3 has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Or he's going to lose all his units and have no units. Okay. He cancel. Okay, so it looks like it was countered by 1 shield battery. Remember, you killed the probe with Hellions, so that kind of gives away the Hellions.
Add-on complete. CC upgrade done. You remembered.
At least we're getting barracks 2 and 3. The sub gifts go to people who've been sub before, usually first. And then people who watch the stream a lot. I think, so you know how you got Jimmy coins for hanging out on the stream? You might be like, Winter, isn't that just a fun way for you to, like, have a way to incentivize people to watch and not a way for Amazon to get even more engagement data? So that way they can track everything you're doing with your entire life? And the answer is yes, of course. But, and then potentially use that data to continue to draw in your engagement by giving you potentially free subs to channels that you watch a lot and keeping you on the platform, launching advertisements and increasing revenue. Is it that? No, of course not. But that, seems to be the trend. Get your Jimmy coins today! I don't have any options on gift subs. I'm pretty sure I can disable it, but why the fuck would I do that, obviously? But I get the same amount per gift sub, and I have no options. It's all the algorithm of whatever, and they don't, there's a very good reason they don't publicize the algorithm, because then people would scam it. Because, like, if it was like, if you did the most chat messages, or you're following the longest, people would game it then. So I get that. But it does very much seem to go to people. Like, it will go to people who have been subscribed, especially for a while, but aren't subscribed right now, first. Over people who just happen to show up in the chat for the first time. But thank you for being here. It used to be only people in the chat first, which has some obvious downsides.
You picked that one?
Especially for smaller streamers who happen to have a few people watching. Alright, so the downside of going for this Reaper Hellion build and then doing nothing. So I'm going to quote DJ Merlin here, saying, I like taking map control. Okay. Do you feel in control?
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Lord_Twistmaster is chilling for 42 months.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Is this what map control feels like?
Chilling for 1 month.
Thank you.
Oh, good. Now
so, don't fly your medevacs into stalkers.
25 months.
For one.
Prime Gaming,
he built a bunch of stalkers to start, which means there's a very good chance it's Blink. So, I don't know what the army was doing out here with no other vision. You had Reaper Hellion, which is the unit composition that is supposed to scout, at least, more actively than not, at all.
For 17 months.
But, so you did exactly what I expect from a diamond player who does bullshit builds like this. Like, Thermal
Boomer Brown is chilling for 9 months.
has all these builds. Like, pro players, I think, unfortunately, pro players like Hearthstone have realized the folly that is trying to explain actual pro play to diamond players and below. So, a lot of people have realized that. But in the past, legitimately, and it's not their fault, like, pro players are focused on playing top tier StarCraft all the time. They legitimately, like, you show them a diamond player. I think Hearthstone monetized this as well. I was on it. Rank roulette. But you show them a diamond player, and they will legitimately, many of them, think it's bronze. Or at least, like, silver or gold. Because they just do not understand what that looks like. Of course, diamond is a lot better than it was, but you could definitely see that. Like, the difference, the details are there. And here we see the difference between, like, a Thermal and a DJ Merlin. Thermal, those Reapers and Hellions, the Reapers on getting shut down at the natural either would have tried to break through with grenades, or gone into the main, at least poked and prodded. Hellions go to locations to scout for a warp prism or other units poking out, as well as whether he's taken a third. So that way you can either defend by building a bunker at the natural and keeping a tank in the main, or vice versa, and potentially, well, also, of course, have your stim and combat shield started, as well as building your barracks in much more safe locations than they are here. The Reapers instead of that, what we have is some poor interpretation of a euthermal build, or even worse, something you made up. We have Medivacs flying into the most obvious blink stalkers in the history of StarCraft. The rest of the units that were supposed to, quote, take map control now dying in front of everything else because their entire advantage is moving more quickly. And a bunch of the most obvious units you could ever have somehow killing you. And this is the least annoying of Protoss openers. Like, Blink is a unit composition that is annoying to deal with, but you can actually deal with it. DTs, Oracles, like, other variety of fuckery, like, Blink is at least a relatively known quantity, but here we are. This isn't even a particularly quick or powerful Blink build. It's just, you didn't do anything and you slowed down your own build because of it. And this is why you don't do one base Reaper builds and then sit there doing nothing. This is the classic, I'm trying to take control of the situation. Remember last game? Remember literally last game? Remember fucking Projectionist boy over there? Like, Protoss can do whatever they want against my shitty one base, like, and still be ahead. Like, here you are, crushing this because he built Stalkers, and Stalkers are terrible. But you're still ahead. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, despite all this, you end up ahead. Not because of your opener, but in spite of it. Because, of course, he did a shitty blink all-in. Now imagine if you hadn't lost 2 medevacs and a tank for free. All you had to do was not fly them in. But instead, here we are. If you had not lost 2 medevacs and a tank, you walk across the map and win the game right now. You might still.
Has been depleted. Add-on finished up. You picked that one? Research mode. You're all mined out of that mineral field.
Okay-ish math, bro.
Your command center? Better than ever.
Is gas what we need, though? Is the point here is, this is like, I'm macroing! Is it more valuable than having a bunker and a depot wall in front of it? Your third? By the way, taking the third that is further away? I don't think that's necessarily a bad choice. But the idea is, I'm macroing more than what exactly you're doing. Alright. So, what if he just shows up right now, either with a warp prism in the main, or just an attack? Do you have any warning at all whatsoever? He's not, by the way. But what if he walked up with 2 Colossi right now? Would you lose the game? Probably. You have no vision at all.
Upgrade is all done.
What the fuck was that?
Mineral
Oh, that was the attempting to scout, but also misclicking a bunch of medevacs.
patch is gone, and it's not.
So at least we're trying.
Army under attack. Add-on complete. To win.
Okay, alright, there you go.
You engage.
A Raven? Is that intentional? You're gonna micro Raven? Alright. I will not... Okay, I'm putting up a strike. Not because I think a Raven's a bad... I will take it away if you use any spells on that Raven and don't just lose it. Okay? All right. Because the fact you're like, I'm going to get a Raven, as opposed to, you know, Liberators or Vikings, means you think you're thinking too hard. But the strike gets taken away if you actually use the Raven. All right? I'll give you that. So, because having a Raven is almost never a bad thing. It's just not good enough for people to... it's too hard. Like, you saw what happened to your medevacs.
On purpose? Mind out of that cluster. And your army is under attack.
It's just gonna fuck up your hotkeys even more. That's what I expect.
Mineral field depleted.
Trying to find something to use the Raven on, but instead... Alright, so the Raven did nothing. You were So, I want to point out how your hotkeys went during this fight. This is why, much like building Reapers and Hellions, doing your silly map control build or building a Raven or all these fun things is a great idea, but as soon as it does not survive contact with the enemy.
You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief.
There are too many moving parts here. It's hard. Ghosts and Vikings and Bio, that's 3 key things, and if you fuck up any of them too bad, everything dies. It's hard. And you've complicated it further here. Because you will have 1 hotkey, my friend. Alright. There's the tab to ghosts. EMP, I think you EMP'd Warping in Templar, which I guess cool. And then, select all army. The tanks are unsieged. Try to find something to do with the Raven. Right-click on a Colossus with the entire fucking army. Because we only have 1 hotkey. Get stormed, run away, have no more Ghost EMP because we wasted it on Warping in Templar. Manage to find a stim somewhere. Have the Raven, get stormed again. Raven gets feedback, doing nothing. The Vikings are pretty good. All you had to do was was not have the Vikings and Raven on a control group. You could have moved and then just moved your bio. That would take 2 control groups, though. Which sounds like a lot. You will actually kill the Vikings. I mean, the fact that you're killing the Colossus now, after your bio army is dead, tells you... this should tell you a story. Not that you could have microed your bio better. The fact that you can kill the Colossi with no other units should tell you that maybe your entire... control scheme is fucked. He had almost no anti-air. His Colossus will die despite having no ground units, which means you really fucked this up. Like,
a mineral field.
If you can't do the overpriced select all, if you're stuck using the overpriced select all army key, which is select all army into a control group, which is what you're doing, you need to figure it out. You get to choose 1 unit. You do not get Ghosts and Raven and Vikings. You get Bio and Vikings, or Bio and Ghosts, or Bio and Liberators, and just don't build a Raven. You don't get a Raven. You get a Raven early game, and even pro players use it usually just to auto-turret harass. They rarely, in the later game, use it as part of the army. It's just too hard to make it work without fucking something else up.
Upgrade. Finished up.
Yeah, now you have all the production. You're building another Raven. So, like... Strike 2. Yes, that... It's more of a... The Raven and the strikes are more of a... You shouldn't be doing this in general, rather than for that Raven specifically. You're over here playing exactly like every fucking Diamond Terran who thinks they can be Maru, but is struggling to even be a bad impression of Cure.
Add-on is good to go. Mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming back. Your add-on is...
What do you got? We're gonna use Cloak, are we? Ah.
Add-on finished up. Mineral...
Also, you killed all the Colossi. Let's build some fucking Liberators, maybe.
Command center upgrade.
Liberators!
Your army is under attack.
Or, you know, we could always just die without doing anything. The barracks are the only thing keeping you alive as he grinds through them.
You took all the minerals from that cluster. Your upgrade is complete.
Did you just drop mules on that base?
Mind out of that cluster.
Yeah, so how many EMPs did we get? We've spent however many resources upgrading these ghosts. How many EMPs did we get in that fight? Let's count them. Well, let alone the Raven. Did the Raven do anything? We know the Raven didn't do anything. Let's see. The EMP count. So here's the problem. If you didn't have the Raven, at least the ghost would be selected. Oh, you guys can't quite see it. But you can see what he had. So let's look at the command card over here. And now you see the struggle with the ghetto select all army key. So here's what I don't understand. He's not even pretending to use hotkeys. Why? Tell me this right now. Tell me, in the few actual games you played of StarCraft, do you just randomly pick a control group for where your army's going to be? Do you just change it on the fly? There are some drunken Silver League Protoss I know that do. But what we have here, his entire army was on 2 for the last fight. Now it's on 3. You know what that tells me? He's not using either. Those are both pretend control groups while he actually just hits select all army. That's what it tells me. He's not using either. Both of them are bullshit. It's just more effort to do less things. We managed to box select these. The Raven dies. At least now we can use the ghost. Was that an EMP? Maybe? Oh my god. That was a right click for the entire army right there. The entire army, which of course includes all the things that just came out of the barracks. Yeah. So, putting more effort...
One is chilling for 8 months.
Putting more effort into doing less things. That's what your control groups are doing here.
Forces under attack.
Yep, that's the army.
Research is done. Your forces are just...
The thing is, okay, in this fight, if your units were even a little bit spread and you landed 2 or 3 EMPs, you beat this army pretty easy. It's 2-2 against 1-1. You have Vikings. You don't have nearly as many medevacs as you should because too many of them died in stupid fights. But you actually win this fight with like 3 EMPs. Even with the storms. You have more army supply with better upgrades. But then you micro. I'm pretty sure just a stim and a couple EMPs and no micro past that, besides an 8-click, wins this fight. EMP is possibly the most cost-effective ability in the entire game. You can take 100 shields off up to like 25 units. That's 2,500 damage. Let alone energy. EMP is actually insanely good. It's just, the real struggle is when you built that Raven because you thought you were clever, and then it gets in the way of your control groups, and then you spend like 5 seconds in the middle of a fight fiddling with your control groups, and then you lose all your ghosts, and then suddenly you have nothing left.
You engage the enemy. Research targets.
One EMP would have turned the fight. Not even on Templar. On anything.
You're all mined up. Upgrade completed. Forces under attack.
So yeah, this is the classic case of trying too hard and doing too little.
A mineral field has been deployed. Just another replay to send in.
Rage quit. It's not even over yet. Like, you're not even down. Like, the game isn't even over. It's not great. Oh my god, another Raven. Sweet Jesus. Stop. You just... Ravens are for TVT. No Ravens for you. Ghosts are a struggle. But if you had to choose between Ghosts and Vikings, I'd pick Ghosts. Unless there's, like, more than 3 Colossi. Ghosts are... I'm trying myself to get used to. I'm getting... It's hard. It's not easy to make Ghosts work. But when they do work, it's actually disgusting. Yeah, this was just kind of sad. So, you're playing like this is... Essentially, this whole game was like TVT. I'm gonna do Reaper Hellion into Viking Raven. And then just ignore my bio units. Except, that's not how TVP works. So, this was what? Diamond 3? Ooh. Diamond 3. So for that one, it's actually a C+. It's not a... There's a little hope because obviously the macro focus is good. The macro focus is good. But the pretending like we're playing a strategy game and then not using the most expensive units except until every other unit is dead doesn't work. This was Diamond 3? Yeah, I would have thought it was actually higher Diamond. Both of them were pretty competent. I mean, they made very Diamond mistakes, but like... Diamond without knowing how to use control groups? Oh. Ah, Twitch chat. Thank you for being here. Alright, we got... Now we're actually coaching someone against. Knowing who you're against might take the wind out of this, but we're coaching someone defending against DJ Merlin, the Protoss, in Diamond. I thought this was silver. Didn't see the macro part. Just saying. Yes. You are able to speak in Twitch chat. And thank you for telling us all who you are. And your qualifications. I didn't see the macro part, but I thought it was silver. I'm just reading out loud. I know, you know what that's like. What are you both? But you know you can choose what server the game's on if you're playing a custom game, right? Unless it's like an Australian. Singapore. Wait, is SG Singapore? Why are we building it? No. Oh, well, actually... yeah, fine. SG is Stargate? Yes, so that's probably pretty far away. Alright, walling the Reaper is fine. I prefer not to, but I think it's still preference. I know Zest still does it.
Your warriors seek the enemy's blood.
I just thought Diamond 3 would be better than that. Well, on the bright side, here on the internet, no one's going to make fun of you for admitting you were wrong. Twilight? Yeah. So this is knowing... Then again, you load in against a Terran, and there's like a 70% chance of a Widowmine drop, so... That is a safe bet.
Your warriors seek the enemy's blood.
Donation confirmed.
Niftia just donated $15. Last year my goal was to break into D2. Turns out I am still an advanced plat Zerg.
Oh, we playing... Ah, so that's what... So the first one was resumed from this game. Interesting. This is not the quickest you could be doing an armory mine drop, by the way. Unless it's supposed to be... What am I watching?
Research complete.
Is this learning what the resuming from replay function is? Technically, you can resume on your own. But the enemy units will not attack. They're just there. You can just play the game out like it's already over. Okay. We gotta go back. So, let's... 2 gate into third means you're vulnerable. If you go 2 gate into third, you're gonna take damage from a mine drop, even if it doesn't have the armor. Unless, like, you're perfect and you spot the medevac and kill it. That's just kind of accepting that. This is another one of those Zest builds that only Zest can get away with, or like Nina. Because everyone else is just not going to have enough units and will not see the benefit of getting another base. So, another thing is you actually see it. There's no spotting otherwise. It's actually very lucky to see it. With any warning, especially when you only have a handful of units. So the defense against Widowmine drop is not... What do you want, 1 Stalker to make sure the maximum amount of probes get hit while you miss micro? You put all your Stalkers in one of your bases. Pretty much, if you think a Widowmine drop's coming and you have no idea which direction, you head your bets. Like, which base do you think it's coming to? Or which base do you think you want to defend more? If you have 1 Stalker just kind of chilling in each mineral line, that does nothing. That's like NPCs in a fucking action game. They're designed to be killed one by one because there aren't enough of them for them to be a challenge for anything. Hedging a bet is going both ways. Yeah, here's what you do. You build the 4, you have a third, you defend 1 base, and you're ready to lose the other. You don't try to cover everything. You're like, well, technically... No, shut the fuck up. In context, you know exactly what I meant. So... This is what having 1 Stalker does. You don't actually kill anything, and it distracts you from doing what you're supposed to do, which is run the fuck away. So exactly what we expected to see here, which was Stalkers doing nothing, which is their usual purpose, and then all the probes dying. I don't know how many Stalkers you... I think it's 4 Stalkers to kill a Widowmine if you start firing as it starts burrowing. I think that's 2 volleys. I'm not 100%, but if you don't have at least 4 Stalkers, you need to run the fuck away. And then pray, okay? And then you pray. That's your second option. You pray one doesn't trip on the others, or you're able to actually get it. Like, you pray. That's all you can do. But what you don't do is assume 2 Stalkers are going to do anything. So that is... It's never going to... Actually, by the way, you see it. I didn't even realize. This is why, I think it's Showtime and Stats used to do this religiously. Stats used to put a pylon right here. And the thing is, Stats hasn't played in a while, but we still have the same map pool, which is depressing. But right here, like at the back, because of this exact scenario. So maybe just build a pylon back there. I mean, you see it anyways, because or at least have the probe there. In my defense, I'm extremely bad. Are you responding to Mimi who said lol? That's what you respond to? It's like, in my defense, though, I'm very bad. Like, I don't... So, also, why can't you build a robo? You got 500 minerals and 300 gas. You literally can't spend it. You could have built a robo at any point here. Or you could have built the third earlier. Or you could have built spotter pylons. Your build is just not great. And that is the kind of build that gets exploited by this bullshit. I won't tell you there's any reliable defense. Like, remember, Cure beat Zest in the GSL finals, and he didn't do it with just pure solid macro builds. Let's put it that way. He he enjoys a bit of Minecraft. So you're gonna just sometime. I literally like 2 days ago I rage quit to Armory Mines because like your probes trip on one of the minerals and suddenly fucking 14 of them die. But you spotted this with 10 seconds warning. You should have already. Ooh. 1 second, let me screenshot this one. Where this one's going to the thumbnail collection. All right, real quick. I just have like you gotta put some arrows on it. Shut up, Adobe. All right. Well, next time Cure plays. Intermission over. We'll just have that banked up. Moving on. So yeah. Two stalkers don't do shit. We got one more replay to that end. I think that was the better defense. What? That was not a defense. If the defense was let everyone die, how is that a defense? What? Are we replaying the same game but longer? Is that what we're doing? Ah. So it's always gonna start. We're Groundhog Day. Because we're going from replay.
Warriors seek the enemy's blood.
We'll see when we resume here. Like, the sentry, I don't like the sentry at all. I think the sentry is, like, what if he goes for almost anything? I don't know. The sentry doesn't. This is a different game already. This is already different, right? Am I crazy? No, maybe? Wait, did we already resume? Oh my god. What's the letter rank where one can confidently say they're good? Not great, just good? You're the expert. Why don't you tell us? Also, do we have another thumbnail? Wait, is this one better? We'll see. Oh, I like the missile flying. I like the missile idea. That's pretty good. I have the replay. So, fun fact, my thumbnails do actually come from almost always the games. Or games that are very similar to the games that are played. They're not just random shit. Occasionally, if I have a particularly good one. Unless they are random shit. But most of the time, it's easier. Someone notices tiny things like the missile. How do you not notice the missile? Like, what do you think? The explosion just appears? It's not like a fucking small detail.
Your nexus point is on.
Okay. So, when they fire and you can't see them afterwards... Okay, why are you building a star? The robo should have already been built. It's not like you don't have the money for a robo. The moment you see a medevac. Like, the robo should have been built as the mines were burrowing, at the very, very least. Like... I thought we were working on mine defense. You come in here like, coach mine defense. It's like, I forgot a robo. Well, build a robo. Alright, my work here is done. Not a forge, not a Stargate. A robotics facility. Not a second forge. Oh my god. You know why you don't build an oracle? Because it fucking dies to the Widow Mines. That's why. Oh my god. What is that production tab? I would like one of everything.
Is under assault.
I forgot to build it while I was microing my mines. How have you... There you go. Why are we here? Why are we here for coaching? Here's the answer. Observers. Okay? Exist. Observers are a unit that exists. Did you lose? No. Oh my god. I like the control groups we have here. That might explain why the oracles are flying into things. Our control group usage. So, this is why, like, a lot of people will see me use a bunch of control groups in the low APM challenge and be like, how is your APM so low? Control groups make it easier to have low APM. It is less difficult and less actions to use control groups than to move your camera and stare at the unit you're trying to micro. Well, no other units are allowed to move because that'll fuck everything up. Look at this. You have an oracle. This is the most, if nothing else, and by that I mean literally nothing else, if there was something to go on a control group, which is a group used to control things, instead, you're just sitting here staring at the one unit you want to micro, which is obviously not how StarCraft works.
Upgrade complete.
You are incredibly lucky there was 0 anti-air because your opponent is using the same level of control groups. Now let's just get the rest of the tech tree.
Your warriors see the enemy's blood.
There are the EMPs. Well, from the second time the Widow Mines fired, this game was firmly out of reach. And only went back into reach because of everyone here being the level they are. So, Diamond, that was a C-. That was a, like, how do you not remember a robo? And I don't know if maybe there's a robo immediately in the game before, but, like, that was the third game, or was that the first? I don't know. Actually, that was the first. The first. I'm not watching the game. Let's just look. So, by the end of the game, there is no robo build. You don't build a robo. Build a fucking robo. How hard is it? Shame on you.
Shame.
Like,
Shame.
all I have to see, there's no robo.
Shame.
It's like, well, this game, I shoot down the medevac because I know exactly where it's coming from. That's not at all the point. What if he builds another one? Has anyone thought of this? Oh yeah, it was all right for DJ Merlin, but painful. Okay, yeah. Is it what you want? Hmm? Hmm? Well, iconic. Bloom is very important. Just look at Loco's thumbnails, alright? Everyone knows that. Who is the Protoss cure? Shotam's good. Honestly, there is no... That it's kind of just how Protoss is. Is that there is no cure-like player. Showtime's better than most to emulate. The problem is partially just how Protoss be. And it is a bit of a... Okay. Are you New York Giant or Trash Dick? My Diamond Protoss friend. He says he's been floundering in PvP. Trash Dick loses. I am trash. Well... the worst timeline. Just for reference, for those of you who are like, is this ever going to... Are we ever going to get to my replay? We got Wheeljack, It's Gray, Dash, Snake Ob with 690 something. I think there were some memes in there, but I was probably yelling. Lore, Maxis Prime, and Nifty right now lined up. So, the key to PvP is, 1, vetoing Beckett Industries, the map that shouldn't even be there, for 1. That's just a good one. Also, 2, is spending your money and building units, and also doing... Okay. What do you do? What? Why? What? Okay. Why are you building the gateway there? It's diamond. It's barely diamond, but I have no idea. Well, thank you for your honesty. You sent in this game. It took us less than 50 seconds to get to I have no idea and I don't usually do that. So that's the kind of short-term memory loss I expect from Diamond Protoss. Did I misplace the pylon?
Good.
Honestly, I have no idea.
Attention.
Because technically, it could be used for a normal gateway location, but also it is kind of weird. I did it for Adept Wall. Adepts can't fly. And even if they could, gateways can't block... They also don't have jetpacks. I thought there was a gap. I would like... Okay. Okay, all right. So what do you see? All right, tell me what you see. What is it? What is that, my friend, Mr. Renegade? What image do you see there? Wow. I don't know what I expected from Trash Dick. Should I have mentioned that these are supposed to be animals? I guess. I don't know if I'm supposed to mention that, but I don't think a psychologist would want to take on this case. So, you wanted to wall off the adepts. So, your thought process was, there's a gap, which there's supposed to be, because that's how it works. And then you close the gap by building the gate here. So that way the adepts couldn't get through. So for those of you wondering why Terrans are a percentage, and Protoss are a feeling that makes people uncomfortable and also shows how insecure they are much of the time. Or possibly too secure. I'm not sure which one. It's possibly both. Well, here we are. And the reason why there's no Zerg anything is because there are no Zergs anywhere, especially with disposable income. We haven't had a single Zerg tonight. I don't think we have any lined up. Oh my. Okay. So that, like, do you know that you can watch StarCraft games online? Do you know, like, you can go, or even, like, watch streams of players who play StarCraft? There are a few of them out there. Did you know that? Did you know even on Twitch you can find players who play Protoss? You do. Okay. Okay. Moving on. You know those players don't do... When they're playing, they usually do builds they think are going to win. And builds that... And they build their buildings in a way that... You have the... Like... They don't have special units or buildings. You can build the same ones. And if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, then that won't be your only disability. Oh my. Where are we going next? Alright. Pretty sure stalkers can't get out of there. I like how the probe is excited to find out what it's doing next as well. Like, the probe's like, I'm out here. I'm out here. What are we doing? Like... Alright, so a third gateway. Okay, guys. He's building a stalker. If a unit is not rallied, it pops out, like, on the bottom right. Or it should. It's Twitch chat sub opportunity. What happens? Good rally. Pops out fine. Or is stuck. 30 seconds. Which one is it? So if he doesn't reset the rally point, it should pop out on the right side. If he sets a shift-click rally point or rallies to not behind the pylon. And if I'm wrong and stalkers can get through that area, I'll also give 3 subs to the people. Okay? I'm not 100%. It's a pretty messy situation. It's already fucked up. Like, it's literally your first pylon. And if you fuck up your first pylon, I don't think it's going to get much better from there. Renegade says good rally. Most people disagree. But remember, Renegade doesn't even remember doing this build, so he's probably just as, if not more, in the dark than many of you. Alright, so there's a rally. So we rallied it all, so that means no subs! I should have been more clear. Okay, so it does... Actually, it doesn't get stuck. So technically, everyone was wrong in some way or another. Which is, kind of describes this build. I think. Yes, including me. No one knew it was gonna happen next.
Winter Gaming has gifted 3 subs to viewers.
Okay, so if you clicked on the, did you click on these and see in front of your probe, which never should happen, but did you click on them and see that these were 2 stargates? So you see 2 stargates. All right, all right. I went for blank even harder. Mm-hmm. And why do you think stalkers counter void race? What led you to that conclusion? It was okay to cancel units for the base. I would agree with that. Mostly because you were hard supply blocked. And you couldn't have built the units anyways, so it was kind of a waste of time.
Research complete. Your forces are under attack.
So this is the scenario where you don't need to go robo, by the way. You don't need more pylons. You need to... You say you go for Blink even harder, but Blink is about to finish, and you have 5 stalkers. He's about to have 4 void race. A 1-to-1 void ray to stalker ratio. Like, you're building a shield battery. If you're gonna go Blink, you attack. Like... If you're gonna sit back and let them just build up void rays, it doesn't get better for you. Yeah, so a key part of going Blink Stalkers is building Blink Stalkers. This is the worst of both worlds. You don't have remotely enough Stalkers, but you have gone for Blink as your build. Like, you have 6 Stalkers. You're down 8 workers. What has led you to believe he's attacking? Was my robo too slow? Everything has been too slow. Your build was too slow. Your Nexus was too slow. Your Stalker Warpins were too slow. You could have gotten everything quicker. You got 3 gates on one base and then just expanded, thus defeating the purpose of getting 3 gates, which is to build units and warp them in as quickly as possible when Warp Gate finishes. No part of this has been a build. It's been a stew. You've kind of thrown Blink and Stalkers and Gateways and a fucking Robo and all that shit in there. But none of it has been in any particular order. You said you went for Blink even harder. You have yet to use it. What is it? What does going for Blink softly mean to you? Falling asleep at the keyboard? Like, he has, right now, 6 Void Race. You have single-digit Stalkers. Your best opportunity to use Blink is the moment it finishes, and it gets worse from there. You have a proxy pylon as well. Remember? Remember when you built that? Like, you could have been warping in. Every part of this is just slow. Oh, very fancy Blink. So, yeah, you should have this many Blink Stalkers in his base at, like, 4 minutes. Oh, my God. Oh, wow.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
Well, looks like those are dead Stalkers. Really bad Blink. Yes, also the other Stalkers are trying to get involved, which is not working out either. Okay, so he has a bunch of Void Rays, which is exactly what you thought he was going to do. The counter to Void Rays is Phoenixes, by the way. Alright, would you like to lose the Warp Prism too? Cool, cool, cool. Fuck you. Every part of that was stupid. You won't remember it in the morning because you can't remember the build of the replay you sent for 15 bucks. Your build was terrible. You said Hearthstone says Blinkstalkers counter Void Rays. Maybe Hearthstone's Blinkstalkers counter Void Rays, but all you did was sacrifice. You're on 2 base versus 2 base. Why do you think you get to attack him? You're not even doing a quick attack. You stumbled into Blinkstalkers into his base and didn't stumble out. You now have less units and worse units than him. It's not going to get better from there, but because he's almost as fucking incompetent as you are, it goes on for 15 more minutes. And then you're probably like, how do I fucking counter carriers? What I assume is you constantly build less and less stalkers and do less and less with them, and he eventually has no choice but to win the game. Shame on you.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
That saves a little time. Any Fast Pass available for Zerg? Sure. Fast Pass, $30. Or whatever you're willing to pay. Wheeljack attack. Oh, we found our first Zerg. Is it a diamond? No. Is it plat? No. The Zergs have to... So here's the difference. Terran is for people who like to have stressful lives and brag about it. Protoss is for people who like to pretend to be playing a skillful game, but don't. And Zerg is for people who are just chilling and occasionally pretending like they're going to get better while really knowing they're not. And that brings us to our gold Zerg, Wheel and Deal here. Who says nothing. He said nothing. He just sent in the replay. There's no commentary. You're saying I should reroll? The beauty of that is thinking like you need to go through any process besides clicking one different button. You don't need your fucking character's item set. You don't need any special hotkeys or anything. I use the same hotkeys for all 3 races, and they're mostly the standard ones. You just need a different mindset and the ability to learn, and those are the hardest.
New subscriber detected.
We can just
Just highlighted as chillin' for 19 months.
Maybe.
Sheba stole my points. Please ban him.
Alright. I don't know if Wheel and Deal's here. Did we lose? Almost lost an Overlord to a cannon, but managed to turn that ship around. And the fact there's a cannon, but only on that side of the map, already tells you where we are. Forge Fast Expand, straight out of 2010 or 1999. All right, so this is the moment we're going to determine whether or not you're going to be like, I think anyone who plays, if you play enough, it's hard not to get to platinum. And then if you have some semblance of ability to learn, at least lower diamond. That's playing enough, remember. Like, you might be like, oh, that's so bad. I'm talking like at least a few hundred games. Probably a few thousand. But almost everyone can get to diamond, I think. But how quickly and how efficiently varies wildly. And we're about to see a profound moment. Here's what's going to happen. Well, this Overlord's going to die. Mostly getting close to a supply block. Those are 2 Stalkers, and he has a cannon on the high ground. You know what this means? This Protoss has no idea what he's doing, but he wants a unit that shoots up and shoots down, and that's cannons and Stalkers. As we've seen, Stalkers, well... Oh, we just saw last game, right? So, why is this relevant? Because if this Overlord dies, and our hero over here just builds drones, understanding that there's no real and present danger, because they've already got 6 Lings or so, and Stalkers are not an aggressive unit. But if the choice is to build 20 more Zerglings, even after getting unsupply block, well, that is peaking in platinum. So, on the bright side, losing that Overlord means there's a chance at redemption. What do I mean by that? That means you now have the time it takes to build at least 1 Overlord to decide not to build a bunch more Lings. Because you know what's not going to happen? You're not going to walk across and kill the Protoss who built a cannon before his expansion. You're very likely not going to do that, and even if you do... I mean, this is why... It's been a while because we haven't had a Zerg, but this is why a lot of players... Like, Gold is where Terrans and Protoss usually hit a wall, because they can't build one very well. The Zerg players speed right past it into Platinum, and then they run into the wall that the Terrans and Protoss finally built. And that is the summary of the Meta Leagues. That's most of it. Even against the other races, but mostly against Zerg. Two OV starts. So, essentially, even for Gold, you gotta understand that building more Zerglings is not the solution to all your problems. So those 2 Overlords are gonna finish. This is your moment. You already have too many Zerglings. Oh my god. So this is why people make those Lings. Because this dumbass over here, like, this is one of those, you have to understand. This is so fucking stupid. You could kill it. Like, this is not, it's so dumb that you can't think. You can't think. It's 2 Stalkers. That's it. There is nothing. He's not even halfway done with Warp Gate. It's 2 Stalkers on a Zealot. All you gotta do is kill it. It's so stupid. And he's gonna panic. This is where you can learn to... This is how I can beat players with half their APM. Because I can understand that 2 Stalkers are just 2 Stalkers. That's it. Just 2 Stalkers. There's no method to this madness. Okay. Speed is done. Okay, well... There were 2 options. One was building more Lings, the other was building more drones. The worst option was building nothing. Because... Okay. Oh my. This... Wow. At least he knows what recall is. Good for him. So... Besides the obvious fact that this is a real-time strategy game and not a turn-based one, we're just going to throw that one out right now because obviously whoever was managed to spend their money while the smallest of all possible engagements was happening would be ahead. So nobody. So evenly matched. This is your moment. It was just 2 Stalkers. This is when you build drones. If there was no, this is the most obvious time to ever build drones. We made it. We cleared the lowest bar. We did it. And then we built a Baneling nest, which means the bar got raised slightly, and we're going to have to lower it again. And then we built a bunch more Lings. Oh no. Okay, so 29 drones is not enough drones. What's the number of drones? Wheel. What is the number of drones?
Donation.
Just give me any of the numbers.
Probius SC just donated $15.
I'll give you a hint. It's not 29.
Game from a tournament I played in.
66. Okay, that works. That's a good one. Okay, give me a number and a time. How about that? 66 is a good number. It's a good number. 3 base saturation. But 50 drones by what time? By what time? 8 minutes. Yeah, I guess I do leave a ton of leeway, don't I? For the Meta Leagues. 6 minutes now. All right. No more excuses. Okay. Don't make a Baneling nest against Protoss. Cyril can. Dark can. You can't. You know why? This is fucking why. This is why. You should not be building Zerglings at all against Protoss. Because they are remarkably larva inefficient, and you know what you're not doing? Is injecting, or building hatcheries, or any of those things. Like, going Banelings against Protoss is for people with 3 times your APM and MMR. That's about it. Otherwise, Queens, Roaches, maybe some Hydras behind, it's gold. Your Discord told me to? Was my Discord referencing my specific guides where I say, don't go Zerglings, go for Roaches, here's the build to go Roaches? Were they doing that? Were they referencing that? Or were they just saying shit on the internet? Anyways, at some point you want to build a lair or a roach warren. Or I guess anything works, really. So, here's another important part of StarCraft is understanding that just because the enemy exists doesn't mean you have to stop everything you're doing. Yet, here we are. I mean, like, just a general... It's hard to give strikes in gold. Oh, yes. Well, okay, just attack. This is not the best use of me. He's doing he's cannon rushing. Okay, so what you do here is you attack and kill him. That's what you do. If you micro, you're really gonna fuck it up. There you go. Okay. So now you have 2,335 minerals. That takes you a minute to mine. So 1 out of 7 minutes, you haven't built anything effectively. Except you have been. You only have 2 larvae. You probably could just run into his base at this stage. Oh my. Like, if this isn't obviously not how you play StarCraft, well then you've got a long way to go. Though this is exactly what I expected from Gold League Zerg. I mean, a few more injects than I thought we would see. I give him that. We're up to 4,000 minerals. Wait. Gimme, can we get the bingo card out, please? Where's my bingo card? Have we, hit any of the marks yet? Yes. Jimmy! I had a bingo card for this. It's just been a while since we had these Zergs. The folders are more messed up than his build order. Okay, we're gonna... You guys coach. I want to find it. Alright, don't worry. Twitch chat will cover it. You're apparently gonna listen to fucking randoms on Twitch chat more than me, so... This is the real... This is me just playing to your strengths. It's like, no, it was Discord. Who do you think the worst ones are? You think they're not on Twitch chat? No! They went through the extra effort to go to Discord. Mm-hmm. Ah, I got it. Huh. This isn't a bingo card. What do we got? All right. We're hitting a lot of the marks. A few more Zerglings will do it. What am I supposed to do with 5,000 minerals? Overlord can move and see things? Not as helpful as I thought it would be. Well, we gotta get more uncomfortably specific. He doesn't have a lair. He can't afford it. He needs more minerals. Inflation is a bitch. Now we're gonna get the rest of stuff. So this is obviously a shame, by the way. This, anything below plat is mostly, hey, look at my cool replay of the game I actually played. This game is from 2 weeks ago, which I assume is the last time he played. Alright. You don't need a lair for Roach Warren either, but here we are. Mineral field metamorphosis complete. 54 drones after losing only 13, so that means we haven't even gotten to 70 drones in 15 minutes in total, including the ones we started with. Alright. The creep spread, though. Look how symmetrical. How beautiful. Alright. So you look at this. He's up 50 supply. How much longer does this game go? Did you say 6 minutes? You know what? That sounds about right, actually. Oh, he loses in 6 minutes. That's the beauty of it. Ah. How exciting. How exciting. You need a lair for roach speed? Yes, that is true. I don't think we're doing anything quickly, though. If at any point you can afford 5 hatcheries, that's not a good thing. It's not a bad thing, but it's also definitely not a good thing. Alright, so how does this end? Either with the Protoss right-clicking, or that. You still have... Why stop now? He has too many laser boys? You have 4,000 minerals, 1,200 gas. Why is now the time? Wow, this was terrible. Alright, shame on you.
Shame. Shame.
It was like a boring shame,
Shame.
too. Like, yeah, it's like a C+, because I think he'll get to Platinum. If he had just run the Zerglings in at any point in the first 10 minutes, the game probably would have ended, because the Protoss didn't even really have a wall. I lost my whole army twice in a row. Yeah, you did. I'd say more than twice. It was pretty impressive, I will give you that. You know you have a counter on the screen that tells you how many resources you have, and you can use those resources to build units?
HP 1984
Fun fact.
just donated $42.
Oh, using the fast
but
pass.
Fast pass for the win.
Vipers. Vipers wouldn't stop shit. 1, they require a hive, and 2, they require micro, and 3, the Colossi would have just gotten closer and burned everything. Roaches, or lurkers, even mutas. Honestly, if he had remaxed on Hydras, he still had a shot. So yeah, there is that a Platinum Zerg? It's on Drop.sc. Uh-huh. It is a Platinum Zerg with Mr. Moneybags over here. So, fitting the stereotype. We got a Zerg versus Protoss. Maybe our Gold League friend can learn something. It's a second account. Well, it looks like you're going toe-to-toe with another Platinum player, so... What is your main? Mid-diamond? So, for those who don't know, FP stands for Fast Pass, which is where I get more money to skip the line from the pores. Diamond 3, so like 200 MMR above this. So, But anyways, it's time for a quick advertisement as we're several hours in and need some more water to stay hydrated so I can drown myself instead of look at all this bullshit some more. So if you guys could pause ad block, all that, I'll be right back. Hey everybody, I'm Winter, and I'm here to tell you all about Prime Gaming. Alright? Amazon Prime. You've heard of Amazon Prime, and if you haven't, you better turn that fucking ad block off so we can shove it down your goddamn throat. Amazon Prime is the most exciting way to get all those impulse buys to the door, to your very own door, yes. You can watch upwards of 1 good shows. And also, Prime Gaming, yes. When Amazon ate Twitch several years ago, they shit out Prime Gaming. The most exciting way to get free loot for all those mobile games that are designed to suck you in psychologically, so that way you never stop playing. Speaking of never stopping playing, never stop subscribing for free every single month with Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming, you can subscribe to a streamer of your choice. You can subscribe to a streamer of your choice. You can subscribe to a streamer of your choice. Even me. Yes, for free. And you can do it right now. Don't even think about it. Just do it, because every moment you wait, you're losing money for me. So subscribe right now. Get access to several decent loot boxes at gaming.amazon.com. Get access to the love and support and attention of your favorite streamer for upwards of 1 second. And also get it done right now, because at Amazon Prime, we know where you live. You told us. Good luck and good night. Thank you guys for sticking around. we have Hugo 2, who's looking to lose to Sky Toss. He's a Platinum Zerd.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
Coldest Fusion is chilling for 3 months.
So, which one of these will be most true? Is he a Zergling main? Thank you, Ugbug. Coldest Fusion. Is he a Zergling main? Is he a compulsive creeper? Is he a hive hater?
Ubog has gifted
Now,
2
it could be
subs to
all three, but
viewers.
which one will be most accurate? I'll be back in a few moments, and then we'll go into, just quickly, we have HP, who skipped the line, and then we have It's Gray, Dash, Lore, Maxis, and Nifty, and Probius. Fuck. Okay, one more. Pay for the fast pass after a break. No, we can just speed up the replay. Also, why would that matter? It would still be the same amount of time.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
This is the kind of math that lands you in platinum.
22 is chilling
If
for
a
11
break
months.
is 5 minutes, and you wait till after, your replay is still first, so say 8 minutes. If you get a fast pass, and then there's a 5-minute break, I could have went to do stuff. Oh, no. That's illegal. And that's why you're still in plat. Also why. Priorities that aren't sitting there arguing with Twitch chat about your build. So it's a cannon rush. Where are you going? What is this? Tell me what you're looking for. Proxy with your first overlord. There you go, thinking again. Okay, so I said this, I don't know if you were here, but I said this to the Protoss player. You know, you can just go watch people who play StarCraft online, like that. People stream it. Or even sometimes you can get their replays. And you can just copy what they're doing. It should be illegal. But you could see what they're doing with their, like even Cyril, you can see what they're doing with their overlords. And copy it instead of thinking for yourself. Because the best way to scout a proxy is to send your first overlord across the map and see if he has anything at his natural. And the second best way is for your second overlord to go to your fucking natural and see if he's building pylons behind your mineral line. Because if there's going to be a proxy, 80% of the time, that's it. So now what you have is two overlords, neither of them looking at your natural. Yes, often do that. You often do that. Why is there a variation? Why is there a variation? Like, sometimes I do that, but sometimes I like dying to cannon rush. Are those the two options? Like, do you just like variety? And he's doing you the favor of one of the most obvious cannon rushes you can possibly do. Yeah, if he had just put it where you're supposed to put it, which is back here, if he had used that advantage of, you know, looking and seeing anyone else try a cannon rush rather than freestyling it, then this would be even harder to deal with. But he just slapped a pylon down right next to your hatchery in the most obvious possible location. I'm surprised it wasn't in vision of the hatchery itself. I do appreciate how you realize the most important thing you could do is build a spawning pool. Unfortunately, you realized it with the worst possible drone, which may end up actually being vulnerable to the cannon rush. Okay. Oh, you killed a pro. I mean... Yeah, there you go. Okay, fine. There should have been a... This is why there should have been an OV hanging out here in the first place. The first OV goes across, the second OV's at your natural. Any proxies don't matter because the first OV will scout them, or the second will. You don't need to see if there are gateways there. Seeing there are no gateways on the other side is enough, and it doesn't change your build. See, I moved it. You judged the path too quickly? No, I judged it right the correct fucking time. It should have been there when he built the pylon. You reacted to your own stupidity. When you realized you fucked up, you corrected your mistake, which is not the same as not making one. It's better than continuing to double down and scouting for proxies that aren't there, but only just. The drone put all the work in. You're gonna let the Zerglings kill it. Wow. Okay, so remember our gold leaguer who banked up 1,000 minerals because he was microing Zerglings? That's why I gave him a C+ and not a C. It's hard not to get to platinum as Zerg. I will say, like, Terrans and Protoss literally have so little idea of what they're doing. Just building Zerg units sometimes gets you wins. Like, this wall-off is not a wall-off. It is a mediocre maze. You could actually kill that with 6 lings. Yeah. Not that I think that's necessarily the best strategy here, but that could be killed. Alright, so let's try setting rally points for our workers. I don't even know how you mess that up. Yeah, the heck, no, you're just not in the right spot. You have to have... So, if you go to my gameplay settings guide, you would know this, but the show flyer helper, you have to be over the middle of it, like right now. Honestly, I'm not actually sure how he sees it so well. Yeah, it's a little finicky, but you're in the right spot, but not quite. Okay, so what's happening is he's taking a shot, and the shot's connecting, but the next shot would be out of vision. But then you move the Overlord. Oh my god. Like...
Donation confirmed.
You're trying too hard, is the summary.
Just donated $15.
So watch this. He's gonna lose vision when you come back. It's just he already shot the cannon. Why does he not lose vision? It should. It's either super finicky or an awkward angle is doing it. It is a little misleading. Honestly, he should have lost vision there. That is pretty fucky. Not that it matters in the grand scheme of things at all. Like, he's expanded, he's got a cyber core and a stupid cannon, but that is awkward. No, it's not the whole thing. It definitely is a pervert pillar. It's just only the middle, I think, of it. That is, you know what? I'll give you that one. I mean, it's not like I'm giving a strike because you can't hold position your Overlord, right? So that is pretty fucky. A lair. Okay. That drone come from the main? Indeed it did. So 3 spore crawlers. It is void range. 3 spore... You know, queens. You can build queens, by the way. In fact, that should be most of your build. Overall... Yeah, well, there's the void rays. Is not a horrible response. The drone count is lower than it could be, but not the worst. Remember, every time you build a spore, you're killing a drone. This is a key point. Which is 50 minerals plus however much it would have mined, plus the 75 for the spore. He charged up the void race. Big beam equals bigger damage. I like how we were all good about not using Select All Army until the storms hit. which was the worst possible time
New subscriber detected.
to not be good about it.
Dexter is chilling for 14 months.
Hey, Dev.
Dexter Prime has returned.
Did that on the minimap? Does that make it better?
Mineral field depleted. Mutation. Complete metamorphosis. Mineral. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Evolution complete.
So you're up. It is hard. This is the hardest part. Probably of playing Zerg. Storm plus Void Rays plus carriers. The Banelings are correct. Or can be correct. Hive is correct. The answer is usually... I mean, Neuroparasite, I guess, works. I can't fault really much of this. It was an inefficient path to get here. But here we are. Yeah. Having a spire might be nice. I think a spire has been built. Yes. Fancy injects. Okay. Maybe not the time to build every single upgrade. Right after you kind of forced him into an all-in. I guess he's just not going to. Which is kind of lucky. Yeah, building a spore forest is all well and good. But honestly, you should eventually be able to kill him. Not the most reliable thing. Well, that Viper control. Exactly what we expected. Okay. I don't know if 10 Hydras are worth... Like, so... This is where we jump the shark. Do you need to kill all these probes? You're at 184 army supply. Just keep smashing his third. He has like 300 minerals left. This is... attacking his natural is essentially never worth it. Once he already has carriers, unless you can get away, this is not worth it. All you have to do is keep him from getting a third. He has, what? Literally 1,800 minerals. Maybe, yeah, about 1,800 minerals total in the game. That's it. He can take a third and build a few dozen more interceptors. You lost. You're starting at 38 Hydras here. That's 3,800 minerals of Hydras. You're ending at... I mean, the unit's lost. Never attack. Never attack the natural.
Our forces are under attack.
Just don't attack the natural. Just smash the third. That's your job. Smash the third or the fourth. And or the fourth. Nothing else. Do not attack the... That is the only way you even get close to letting him win. Because now you're in that awkward scenario where you're like, oh, fuck. He has so many fucking carriers that I guess we're base trading. Like, if you're more than 10 minutes in, it's never worth it to lose thousands of minerals for the natural. It just isn't. It was pretty good. For what it was, like, it's incredibly hard to deal with that, and that was uncomfortably well done. It was a B. The early game, like, freestyling, you're going to lose a whole lot of games before that point. Freestyling overlords. And stuff like that. Or at least get behind against players who have more than 12 APM. But just using multiple control groups already puts you well above your average platinum, so. That was pretty boring. Did he learn $42? The beauty of that is, like, people who are willing to pay $42 are the ones who don't care what they get out of it. I get more chargebacks on $2 donations than on $200 ones. Thanks for your content. So here, speaking of the devil, and who are thanking for content and giving credit despite none being due, just facilitating his old man in a rocking chair that everyone has to pass by because the rocking chair is at a relatively busy intersection. He's holding out a cardboard sign. It's Kybrit against Kim's Missile. This was sent in by Kim's Missile. Who prioritized the GLHF over moving the Overlord. So 3 Zergs in a row. Wow. Except 2 of these 3 Zergs were already sent in before, so my narrative doesn't really work, but we don't need to point that out. How much does Kybrit pay? $0. This was sent in by the Zerg. Thus the cardboard sign. Alright. So, it wouldn't be Kybrit without more focus spent on the editorializing and the story building than actually building. Wow, 3 hatch. Banter is important. Yes, the Terran banter, once again, which is talking way too much, other people not responding, and being generally uncomfortable. That is typical Terran banter, as we saw earlier. Just banter, bro. Well, they didn't say stop, but they didn't say keep going, so I don't know. In any context, it's not great.
Now I have your attention.
Fiddle is chilling for 1 month.
Alright, so there's a bunker there. That doesn't actually do anything. I don't know how it got here. There's depots. There's a barracks in the main. So this is the quirky special build. Okay. Thing is, if you just rally to the middle, this doesn't actually threaten. I gotta give credit to Kim here. Realizing immediately this doesn't actually do anything. All it does is make rally points a little more annoying. Alright. Yeah, this is actually about as... The Spore Crawler, let's think about this for a second. I don't know if the Spore Crawler is particularly necessary, but I like where your head's at. Yes, here come the SCVs. 22 Zerglings on the way, because this is just not a very good build. It's like a proxy Rex, except it takes so long. The Zerg has 3 bases and Zergling speed. This is more like the plot of a B anime than, like, a real build. like, and then we pulled all our workers and the Marines attacked. It's okay. All right, then. Go back to your corner, Grandpa. No, I would just burrow it and use transfuse, but that's fine. It got a little closer than it should have been, because one, the Overlord should have been here. The Overlord goes here on the pervert pillar. That's when you see all the SCVs come across the map. But yeah, so overall, just having units seems to be the counter here. And not panicking was the key. Honestly, most of the credit here goes to not panicking. I mean, he did kind of tell you he was going to do something, so... But seeing a bunker at your natural and then just chilling, that is something that takes practice. Most people would immediately pull drones, lose half of them, pull away, and be way behind. That is your average Meta League response. So even though this was not handled perfectly, it was handled. Like, there's still a barracks in the main, by the way, which is beautiful. Am I correct? Yeah, there's still a barracks. Quirky. Alright, and then they just kind of die. Because, obviously... That was a little sloppy. And then it just kind of ends. I mean, that was about as good of a response you're gonna get. It was pretty sloppy dealing with the bunker, but it was dealt with. You know, the real tragedy is the intense strategy of floating a barracks or building a barracks in the base was never found. That was the real tragedy of this game. It just didn't matter. It was so irrelevant that it was never spotted. Though there was probably some wondering of how 4 Marines showed up. I don't... So, it says you're Master, but it also says you're Gold League MMR, Kim. I'm gonna say Platinum, and even on Platinum, I'm gonna give it a B. Honestly, he was attacking it, the Lynx attacked. Oh, alright. Well, we found it eventually. Like, the key there, don't panic. Especially if they do some weird shit, especially if they tell you they're doing some weird shit. It's gold, alright? They have no real build. They're just doing random shit and hoping you get yourself killed on it. Doubly so your opponent. So, there you go. We have more Zerg versus Sky Toss. So, I guess it's Zerg hour. Ah, who doesn't love Sky Toss? The mothers of people who play Sky Toss mostly, I think. I didn't raise you like that. It's like, I know. I don't have answers for you. Nobody has. I looked for answers. I searched. You saw my search. The answers are the walk of the queens or the death of them. Like, okay, so He's building a shield battery. The answer for below, like, Masters is either get a good Queen Walk build down, whether it's the early game, like 6 Queens Roachling, or you go to, like, 66 drones and spam Roachling behind, like, 15 Queens. You can't half-ass it. The one thing you can't do against Sky Toss is try to cover all your bases and be aggressive. You have to. You don't get to choose. You don't get to. Just watch me versus Scarlet. All right. Now, of course, I kind of incidentally nerfed Queens, which didn't help there. I did also nerf Void Rays, but not enough. Your choices are defense or offense. You don't get to choose both. And we see that repeated again and again. If you try to do a half-assed attack and then play defensive, you're just going to prolong the inevitable. This game I attack when I'm maxed. Roach Bane Queen. Yes. Sounds weird, but that's what is the prevailing. The Banelings are mostly for killing things like cannons and batteries.
Brood descends upon the enemy.
Evolution complete.
Yeah, if you don't go... Hydras are just not good. Hydras just... I'm quoting Scarlet again. They're just lurker eggs. That's what Hydras are. That is their purpose.
Evolution complete. Evolution process successful.
It's so weird to have Borazun be a Zerg announcer.
Mineral field exhausted.
Yeah, Hydras are something that feels like an anti-air unit, but is actually just cannon fodder.
Perhaps
It's even Diamond Protoss have gotten pretty good at the storms. It's like, you need a few storms and then just A-move carriers. If we've seen how Zest does it. I like how nobody's seen each other for like 5 minutes, and now it's carriers. Honestly, this is not a bad fight. It's not a bad time. Do you have a hive done? Oh, you're about to start one. And now it's bad. This is when you take your queens. If you had queens with this... Yes, I know, right? If you had queens with this, he actually... That's it. That's the end of his storm. If you had 5, 6 queens, he's down to 17 interceptors. If you brought the queens with this, I think you break him. It's not like the creeps that... Like, you have 5 full energy queens. The anti-air plus any amount of transfuse. He has no more storms, and his batteries are out of energy, but overcharge still exists, but still. You break him. But you did not bring the queens. I actually do break him? Well, it gets better with queens. Bring the fucking queens along. Don't forget us! Okay, so then what are we doing here? Okay, he has not... Okay. So now you go Corruptor. Corruptor Viper. With Spore Forest and 90 drones. Wait, what are we doing here then? Does he have another base? No. So this is another, like, I guess I actually just won because I macroed so much better than him. And Diamond Protoss don't understand the threat of going Sky Toss is not just sitting there going Sky Toss. It's having 6 Void Rays and threatening to kill any base in 4 seconds if you're not sitting at home. That, for those of you Sky-toss douchebags, of which I am occasionally one. The strength is that you can have 5-6 Void Rays anywhere, and they can't do shit. Alright? It's a sword hanging over your head that can be recalled back to their base as well. So that is why you're able usually to survive long enough, because that sword is always hanging there. But you did the correct move here, which was max out an attack. It wasn't great. Okay, so all you have to do is the same thing as that last Zerg. Just, he doesn't get a third. Okay? You don't go up the ramp, but he doesn't get a third. That's it. Then maybe a bunch of Banelings as well.
You've depleted.
Oh my. Oh, sweet Jesus. He doesn't get a third. This is very important. Okay. Part of the point of having Corruptors is so you can attack a different angle. And that way storms don't hit every single one of your units at the same time. Let's try using a hotkey for those Corruptors. Having like 2 Ultras would kill all those Templar. So would a gun. While we're making shit up. Fortunately, Zerg don't have guns. Not since infested Terrans don't exist anymore. Don't go. This is not the situation to go Ultras. This is the situation to learn how to attack from more than one angle. So that way the storms don't wash you away. Like, nah, this is on you. This one's on you now. Yes, Storm is bullshit. Yes, carriers are ridiculously powerful. But when you stack... now Storm... Like, you literally could not get stormed harder. Before, he could only hit ground units. And ground units have a physical space they take up. Like, Hydras are pretty small. Your Mother, much larger. But now you have air units in the same area. So all you're doing is making Storm twice as good. That's all you're doing here. You're not countering carriers any more than you were before. You're just getting hit with Storm twice at once. You're trying. I see you trying. It's a struggle. I know. You're like learning on the fly here. The problem is we're at the you have to kill the carrier's phase. Like, what should be my end game composition? The actual answer is Infestor, Viper, Corruptor, Broodlord, Spore, Lurker. Queen. That's your actual answer. Now, of course, that's not the answer anyone's going to want to hear, and that's an answer that only really works for people with several times more APM. So I would say learning to attack from a different angle with your Corruptors than directly over your Hydras. And then the next step would be using Vipers with your Corruptors as well. Pulling out a carrier or two and killing it. But you're trying to use 2 different control groups, but they both end up coming from the same direction anyways, and it's quite painful. Here we go. But here's the thing. Half your units have already been stormed. You have 9 queens with full energy, by the way. Queens never stop being good. You shouldn't stop building queens. Queens are still better pound for pound than Hydras. They don't cost gas. You can build them without using your larva. They have the same upgrades and more HP and similar DPS against air. Like, there's almost no reason besides laziness to not have queens in the fight. Hydras. 15 damage at 6 range every 0.59 seconds. Queens. 12 damage every 0.71 seconds with more range. So they do 3 less damage and they attack about 10% slower. But they don't cost any gas, they have over twice as much HP, and they can heal. And they're literally so thick they can't get stormed as hard. It's better to have an army of 20 queens than 20 hydras most of the time. Not against, like, charge lots or stalkers, necessarily, but against any sort of air army. I would rather that be mostly queens. This is not, that is just how it is. You're not going to win like that. You're not going to win with units that are 2 storms away from just evaporating. Wow, even threw a disruptor in there. And yes, disruptors hurt queens. And that's what the broodlords are for. The idea is you can survive the carriers long enough for the broodlords to help with the ground army. I would say you go for like the ultra baneling, but you're not going to go. No, we can already tell that's not happening. You shouldn't have ever let him get a 3rd again, but you tried to go up the ramp too many times. You never go up you just don't go up the ramp. Okay? When you did that, you lost the opportunity to infinitely deny his 3rd.
You've depleted a mineral cluster. Your forces are under attack.
And that's the frustration. The thing is, even if you do everything I said from the start, you might still fuck it up, get hit by 2 storms, and lose the game anyways. But it decreases the likelihood significantly. Hydras are, like, there is nothing you can do with Hydras to avoid it. Like, Hydras are just going to get hit by storm. Like, you gotta split. So, just shout out to my patch. With interceptors being a lower threat priority, you can right-click corruptors on one carrier, and they'll continue attacking carriers. If they're out of range of the carriers, they'll attack the interceptors. But you don't have to continually micro. And I think that's a great change by me. It actually works out real well. But, yeah. Now we're left in the issue that many Zergs find themselves in. They can finally counter the carriers, and then there's like 6 Archons, and you have no units to kill them. Like 6 Archons just running over everything.
Your forces are under attack.
And that's what the Broodlords are usually for, by the way.
Mineral field exhausted. Perhaps it's time to consider You've harvested all the best beam that geyser has to offer. A mineral field has been depleted. You've depleted. Your mutation has completed. Mineral field exhausted. Perhaps.
Another benefit. Okay, so here are some more advanced tactics that we're still several tiers of micro away from. Queens and Overseers. Okay? Overseers just in general. 1, in case they get Mothership. 2, if you stack the Overseers with your Vipers, they might miss the feedbacks. Also, if you have Queens, they might miss the feedbacks. Like, I know, it comes down to if the Protoss fucks up. There are a lot of parts for the Protoss to not fuck up, but using Templar is not as easy as it seems, and you can't have infinite Templar, so if you're spamming feedbacks, you don't have Storm as much. Yes, it feels like they can have whatever they want, but you have never attempted to do more than have one form of ground-based anti-air or one form of spellcaster. Queens are both of these. You might be like, well, do I have to just try that much harder than the Protoss? Yes. The answer is yes. So deal with it. Or switch to Protoss. Those are your choices.
Hidden base. Your base is under attack. The enemy assaults. Hive cluster. The enemy has engaged your brood and gathered all available minerals from the cluster.
You gotta hotkey the Vipers in. Well, it's hard.
Your extractor has run dry.
It's already far too late. As soon as you got the 4th up and you couldn't break it. This is the kind of game that Ragnarok would tap out at 200 supply. Couple good abducts, 200 supply, and fuck this shit. Like, gotta...
Korshala Adun.
I mean, it wasn't good. What was that? Mid-diamond? It was like a C+. Because, like, you had the ideas, you just didn't... Let's be honest here. You were, as soon as he came down the ramp and you couldn't break the third, you're like, well, fuck this fucking shit right here. Fucking Sky Toss, fuck. Some of that, right? Some of that thought process? That's my thought process, usually. There are a lot of steps you have to go through to make it happen from there. And you can, but it's very hard to, like, commit to it all instead of just trying to take the short path of A-clicking and hoping for the best. I lost a lot this season. All right. Oh my, that is true. We got Lorlor, who is currently 3-12 this season around the lower gold leagues. Here. The Masters logo is just bugged out. The MMR is still the same, to be clear on that. Yeah. TVP is usually a struggle. This game looks pretty close. It's... Okay, so for Gold Leaguers, I'm gonna have to give that last one an alright, despite, obviously, the struggle. Like, they're not mistakes. It's not intuitive. Dealing with Sky Toss is not intuitive. None of the units that are supposed to do what they're advertised work, right? It's only like this unholy combination of all the units that are hardest to use that really works at that stage. So, I can't fault you much for that, because even right now, a lot of pro players are struggling with that exact scenario, and they know on paper what to do. What pro players are doing is queen walking. That's what they're doing. That is the build. The build is to attack with queens and hope they don't have enough disruptors. Or lose to Sky Toss. That is, so far, lately what I've seen. Yeah. I mean, there are some games like Zest versus Dark, where Zest recalled his entire army into infestors. You know what? I actually want to do a bit of an aside. This is for all you Zergs out here. This is from GSL. I'm just doing a reaction video. Okay? This is a reaction video. It's not a replay. GSL, don't murder me. Also, I mean, fine, but... So, for everyone wondering how you beat Sky Toss, not that, not Minecraft, this is how you beat Sky Toss, alright? Alright,
like,
so...
This is a lot that's rich ether. Yeah, Dark is not in the best position.
So you see here,
Like, it's gonna be interesting to see
Sky Toss from Zest. Sky Toss from Zest. Alright.
Obviously the Templars dog wild.
Zest, huge army. He's got plenty of workers. Dark, struggling to deal with it.
Now, I think the real important location to watch on the map is the Zerg's newest base near the bottom center. Yeah.
So, what does Dark's army look like? He's got lurkers, he's got queens, he's got infestors, he's got ultras for fighting on the ground. Zest has a very strong ground army. Alright, so he's trying to fight this war of attrition. That's what we see there. He's making another hive because his main got killed. So here comes Zest up to the north. Dark on the south. So how does he deal with this situation? How does Dark deal with it? So Dark actually moves the ultras away. He's not ready to fight yet. Moves the armies away. Ultra's on the other side. Okay, now wait for it. Here's the key point. Alright, so Zest kills the top base and then recalls directly on top of all the infestors and gets half his army neural parasited and loses the game. Alright. Okay. He recalled directly on top of the entire army and lost everything.
No, he's at 108 supply, but I mean, Dark is
so just all right. There you go.
Dark is not in the best position either. Now the Stalkers could be
So third players just they.
What's left here? There should be a lot of Hydras, right? Because those killed off all of the carriers.
And then in the next game, go proxy gold-based DT and win. Oh wait, I've been referencing this moment.
Defeating all the strong players one by one. Defeating Maru, Rogue, Dog.
Wait.
I'm gonna focus on the next World Championship, and I'm gonna try to continue this.
Wait.
I'm kind of performance will show in tournaments.
I've been referencing
right
this.
now, I'm rejoiced. I'm really happy.
As you can tell, he's
But
ecstatic.
putting this happiness aside, I'm gonna focus on the next World Championship, and I'm gonna try to continue this momentum. And right now, I'm kind of trying to hide my happiness right now.
Protoss players gotta take note.
Runner-up twice before, but now you were able to break the pattern.
I love watching Zest interviews.
Do you think this season is clearly different for you? Do you think you're going to be able to repay the fans of their support? As people know, I really like drinking. But after entering my 30s, when I drink alcohol, I cannot perform well. So from now on, I'm going to stop drinking, and I'm going to try to better my performance.
There's the key, everyone. Don't drink quite as much once you hit 30.
Well, great mindset, Zest.
Great mindset, Zest.
Respect for you.
It's like I'm getting old.
Congratulations, Zest.
I get too hungover.
Also, what do you want to say to the fans?
I do really like drinking, though. Anyways.
Speaking, after looking at the brackets of round 4, I thought I would get eliminated for sure, and I think my fans probably expected that too. But I was able to break that expectation, and now there's only one button left to fill, and then I'm gonna try to button it up well in the next.
I'm pretty sure he means like a badge or something with I am Katowice, but yeah. So there you go. Just your typical sky toss right there. Anyways, where were we? Yes. I wasn't exaggerating. I was not paraphrasing. That was at least the translation of what Zest said, so... I like drinking, but I'm getting old, so I can't drink as much, so that kind of sucks. Everything about that. Okay, so this is happening. Okay. Okay, so here's... It takes 4 workers to reliably kill a cannon as it's starting before it finishes. Also, if he doesn't have probes, he can't build cannons. No, dude. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna give you a tip. The reason you lose games is because you let him finish a cannon in your base, and it shoots at your SCVs and kills your SCVs. This is the no, the pylons, you have to kill the pylons. That you don't just make them feel uncomfortable. God. Oh my sweet Jesus. Oh wow. Like, how did this happen? Lore? Wow. Is it possible he thought it was a third pylon? That, Thing is, he got 85% of the way. through the pylon. Like, it wasn't like he pulled off the pylon when he killed the probe. He got 85% of the way there. The pylon is at 56 HP. Like, 4 more seconds of SCVs attacking. Oh, this is... Yeah, this... This is not good. Yeah. This is bad. I don't, like... Oh, bless your heart. Wowee. This is what that category is for. This game, just a few more 17 more minutes. Because it's not gonna end here. Alright. Yeah, six SCVs to a cannon that just kind of finished. Orbital on time, though. So. How is it 19 minutes long? What do you think the Protoss's follow-up is? The Protoss didn't even have a gateway until the probes in the base died. And then he waited a little while longer, and then he built a gateway. This is the Gold League. Alright, this is truly the Gold League. Not like the Gold League that Diamond players smurf in and say there are no new players. You dicks.
Command center upgrade complete.
I like the optimism on getting an expansion. Like, the intent was to get a 1-Rax expand. Unfortunately, we hit a few road bumps. But we're back on track. Nope. Okay, so this is important. In the top right corner, now it doesn't show both players unless you're hacking, but you can see how many minerals you have. And the number to build a new command center it takes 400 minerals. So you can just check up there. And if you have 400 minerals, then you can build a command center. It's very convenient. But if you spend those minerals on other things, then you don't have the minerals anymore. And it makes it hard to build that command center, because you can't, you don't have the minerals. But you can still sit and wait. You can, yes. I would say that sitting and waiting while a cannon finishes in your base is maybe not a good time to do it. Waiting for the minerals to eventually get a CC, not as bad. Maybe somebody will come by and give you a few minerals and a handout or something. Another probe will bring you some minerals. And then start slapping pylons down again because it worked pretty well the first time. Yeah, I like how there's the obvious idea of the build, but we're like both half a step behind and ahead. Like, that SCV wants to build a starport, but then we built the command center. And then we don't have enough money because we built the command center and another either tech. I think that's a tech lab. All right, there's your beautiful 111, just as planned.
Complete.
A cyclone.
Command center upgrade complete.
Wow, look at this. More control groups than many of the Diamond players today. And actually decent ones, not like placeholder ones. Alright, is the cycle... Yeah. 72 APM, pure efficiency. Besides that, whatever happened in the early game... We're looking unironically decent. Maybe don't put the barracks there, but I get it. I get it. I see where we're going with this. It's not the worst idea. Got to put the depots on the edge to maximize the amount of land area for activities. Wow, look at that handoff right there. The rest of this is looking suspiciously competent. Which tells me we've played a lot of games against the easy AI.
Add-on complete.
Okay, alright. Even getting a third. Look at that macro. Building depots before. Oh shit! He's alive! Don't worry, we have time to. This is a bit of an awkward timing attack, because Stim is 10 seconds out. Medevacs are nowhere to be seen, but it isn't terrible. And look, even macroing. There's a lot going on here, and a little, and not much, but also a lot. And conveniently placed RoboBay. Unfortunately, Thermal Lance did finish. Oh my god.
Research complete.
Stim is done, which means we can lose all the Marines now. Is that hold position on the Marines? Wow. Wow. Without banking, he has a lot of, like, this is like, you literally, if you hadn't let a cannon finish in your main, this would be like a diamond player. But then we look back and we saw a cannon just kind of finish building and killed 6 SCVs. So, like, there's a lot going on here. Smurf detected? This is not a Smurf. This is exactly what you expect to see. Like, Gold Leaguers, this is the easy AI never cannon rush me quite like that situation. Diamond players don't scout at all. They either don't scout at all, they scout too much. There is no middle ground. At least most. Especially Terran.
Mineral field depleted.
You know how you know it's gold? There are tells. There are Bronze League hero tells. The depots go on the edge. It's more efficient. Look at his base. Come on. Maru doesn't make bases that efficiently.
Upgrade complete.
Armory, second NG bay. God. This tank push still going. Building reactors with a hotkey. Wow. While watching the push. Also, reactors are maybe a questionable choice on all of them, but like, he put his barracks there so perfectly he didn't even have to look to build the reactors. And then the Protoss realizes he probably could have just killed this the whole time. Because it's 2 tanks and 12 Marines. But 2 very scary tanks. So, also we're making the classic mistake, which is just forgetting combat shield exists, which means Marines get roasted in a single Colossus hit after stimming. Is that true? They do 34 damage with +1. Marines have 45 HP. They have 35. Okay, so they don't get roasted. When +2 is done, if there's no armor upgrade, they do get roasted instantly. But they're at 1 HP after stimming and getting hit by a Colossus, which is not great. And let alone there being 2 Colossi.
Upgrade complete. Base is under attack.
Wow, what an engagement. Like, that, if Combat Shields was done, that might have been a win. Unfortunately, there is no Combat Shield at all. The patience. Maybe too much patience. Remember the, the cannon. Alright, never forget the cannon. Very important context. The cannon really throws all of this into a weird spot. Well, that's interesting. Yep, the army was out on the map. I think that gateway was a bit of a no, not quite. Yeah, it wasn't ideal. He's spending his money so well, though. Like, this is the exact embodiment of book smart. Like, I know exactly what to do on paper, but also there are some glaring issues here, like what to do if a Protoss starts making random pylons in your base. Stuff like that doesn't register as well, but the macro is perfect. And by that I mean he now has 2,000 minerals and 1,500 gas, so not not perfect. But very good. Now all we need is Combat Shield. Combat Shield is more important than all 3 armor upgrades combined. And maybe not all 3. But any of the individual ones for sure.
Is under attack.
He's handling the base trade about as well as you ever could. The Protoss just move commanded. Like, the presence of mind on both fronts here. We're up to 132 APM, which is making me more suspicious as time goes on. Then again, it only takes 1 action to make Combat Shield. And that was kind of an important one to miss.
Base is under attack.
So now we're base trading.
Base is under attack.
Alright. They're pilot. Okay. Here this is. Remember, we just picked a replay from the account. So, like, this was a random game. Relatively random. It was a loss. Okay, so this is the kind of stuff. In this scenario, you're not gonna kill. We got into the base trade mindset and we never got out. This is the scenario where, okay, I have the army. He can come to me. You're still mining. He is not mining. All he has. Like, 1 Liberator could win the game. There's a single Stalker with 4 HP. That is the only anti-air in the game for him. In fact, it could still be a draw, potentially. At the very least. In this scenario where he's not mining and you are mining, it is not on you to kill him. It's on him to kill you. But as you can tell, there's a lot of bureaucratic momentum here in our Terran army. And we have been base trading, so we must continue. Now, if he actually targets the Stalker, understand, like... That's my base! Oh no. The beauty of it is that... Oh no, 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 you're not even losing! He has no probes! Oh, so this might be partial, like, sure, it's 22 to 44 supply, but these are planetaries, and you're mining. Like, and there's still a Viking. And meta... Oh my. Well, like, leaving games because you lose fights is definitely a very Meta League Terran thing to do. I don't know how much this game we ever checked how many minerals or gas were in that top right, but it was both too much and not enough. This could have very well been at least a draw. Now, the Protoss has a fuck ton of money in the bank as well. And a Nexus. I think we dove on the probe, actually. Was the probe killed? Where is the probe? Where did the probe die? How did the probe die? What? Did anyone notice? Oh my god, the probe just... Oh my god. This is how the last probe died. To landed Vikings. Of which, why are there landed Vikings? So, the Protoss actually had no... Oh my. Well, I mean, obviously we've made a lot of mistakes here. But these were some of the most clear-cut, like, you have to have a basic understanding of how StarCraft works mistakes. And we are lacking right now. It's like, it's a B+, but with like a massive caveat of you've got to kill the pylon and also you were winning. So, like, it was a bless your heart of... It was not like the simulations. That is... That was so beautiful. We're just pro bono. I'm gonna speed through another game. I want to see what it looks like. We need to see if this is a repeated trend. Like, it's only a 9-minute game. Yeah, the early game is a struggle. The early game is obviously, like, not surviving contact with the enemy here. So, SCVs should not be killing your SCVs or distracting you from mining gas. Oh my. Oof.
Command center upgrade.
I'm not even angry. Like, you can't be angry at this. It's a default announcer as well, which means, like, I picked up StarCraft, and it is a link to an SC2 replay stats account with over a dozen games. So I use SC2 replay stats. I obviously have some basic understanding of how to play, but also, like, it's like you were raised by very smart wolves or something.
Add-on complete.
Not a perfect comparison.
Command center.
We don't really understand the early game, but We know where we're supposed to be.
Complete.
Okay, so generally... It's like Alpha Star learning to play Terran or something. We gotta build the building, like... And then we take the most direct path to the enemy. It feels like it's an AI learning to play. That is kind of what... Honestly, the responses... You know what? I haven't seen Lore in the chat at all, either. Or Xenon. I am not 100% convinced this isn't an AI learning to play StarCraft. Because that would... Also, have we seen any chat? No chat. Which, I don't know if that's more or less suspicious. But like the lack of early game response, but solid mid game, is starting to paint a picture. Oh, there was a GG last game, but Alpha Star GG too. That was coded in. It was a barcode that GG'd. That's it. That's all it said. Because otherwise, like, it would be a tell as well. When it lost, that is.
Under attack.
I mean, it wouldn't be a huge tell in GM, but like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced this is not an AI. I'm getting... The more I watch, the more I'm seeing these responses, like... Well, a more real response is that instead of learning to beat the AI, players play it so much, especially when they don't play like when they don't play that much multiplayer. I notice, because I've played the AI a few times, I notice that players end up emulating the SC2 AI, is what happens. Like, especially in the early game. So they do some weird stuff, like how they place their buildings and all that, because they're copying the like medium AI. And then usually the mid game gets better because they have a generic understanding of what to look for. But the early game does end up looking kind of weird.
Your forces are under attack.
Like, what is this? What is the... Are 6 more SCVs gonna do this? Like, what? We actively go over here while upgrading. Pull 6 more... Like, what is happening here? What is going on here? What the fuck? It's moving like... I'm starting to say it. It's moving like a human, kind of. It is making very weird decisions. We're at 1 supply, by the way. We're gonna send that last Marine in. And then stutter step it against a Liberator. This is something we are doing. It's a... Last game, it didn't tap out until every fighting unit was dead. There is still 1 fighting unit. One more. All right. Here's a longer game. Another Beckett game. Setting up camera. It's not an A. Look at setting up camera locations to start, like we're ever gonna use them. The first SCV died in the Protoss base with no further commentary, by the way. Also, this just sitting here continually checking the idle SCV, like, okay, all right.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
I like the games where early game stuff happens because it's such. I've never seen responses quite like this, especially combined with how the mid game goes. Like, the mid game has not been consistent at all with the early game, which. What I mean is, like, Bronze League heroes will sometimes do weird shit, and they'll continue doing weird shit. But somewhat higher level players have a tendency about them as well. I mean, it just might be a very unique player.
Command center upgrade.
And that's very likely what it is. But at the same time...
Add-on complete.
Like, as a Terran, you still want to continue building things in a certain way. You want to be very consistent. That's what Terran's all about.
Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
Do we see the SCVs pulled again? The tank is stuck. Okay. So, this is something real humans do. So what do we do? The tank is stuck between the factory and 2 add-ons. How do we handle this? I think you lift the factory and you move it and build a tech lab somewhere else. That's the play. That way you don't have to lift any of these things. We'll see. We'll see if we find a solution here. Or we just leave it and pretend it didn't happen. It's a human. No AI would even pretend to stare at this. It is just a very weird human. Or it's just does not compute. Oh, don't do it. Don't you lift that barracks. It's just not computing. It's just not happening. We landed on do nothing. It broke. He can't build the next tank.
Research complete.
Oh. Oh, there's the building, the moving of the factory. Okay, alright, alright. Eventually got there. That's what a real human would do.
Add-on complete. Upgrade complete. Your forces. Base is under attack. Your forces are under attack.
Remarkably good splitting on those Marines against the Colossus. Which is like a weirdly good amount of micro. Combined with a weirdly bad amount of micro.
Base is under attack.
Like... it's such a weird split. Like, there's some very good and very bad. Like, I'm not used to seeing this much good and bad in the same replay. I'm losing it over here.
Your forces are under attack.
Okay, does he have any more units? There is one Whittle Mine. One Whittle Mine. You gotta tap out. It's just one Whittle Mine. It's in the corner. He's not tapping out. There's only one Whittle. That's it. That's the entire army is one mine. Selects the Whittle Mine. Oh, this is so fucking weird. Selects the mine. Still selecting the mine. That's it. Oh, this is fucking weird. Okay. What's going on? Select Stalker.
Base is under attack.
The mine is behind the refinery, kind of in the main, which is not how you're supposed to hide it on the top, so that way you can't see it. This is not how you do that. But the idea is there. The execution is definitely not. This is fucking weird. This is very weird. Oh. The clicks, it's a very weird situation. This is very weird. He moved the mine, but there's an armory, so it will remain cloaked.
Thanks.
GG.
He's under.
I can't. I need to solve this. I need to figure this out. Lordor, please say something in the chat. We're gonna keep looking at replays until I can make up my mind about this. Like, yes, I'm sorry, Maxis Prime, and Nifty, and Probius. Actually, we only... Okay, and Dunning... Okay, there's only 4 more after this, but, like, we gotta figure this out. Let's see. Were there any games last season? Yes. And the season before? Let's see. Here's a game. Is there a chat? The only chat is him typing GG. I'm losing it. Good luck is the response. This was the first time we've seen someone else type. Good luck is the response to good luck, have fun. He did not type first. He typed second. GG! Mr. Big Daddy. No chat. Does that mean Xenon won? Yes. No GG from the opponent. Have fun, good luck. It could be randomized. Alright? It could be randomized. Just like 3 or 4 different greetings. Yeah, we gotta watch a game where he wins. Alright, we'll go from this season. We won his last game against a Zerg. Need to know. He doesn't play that much. Or it. Camera locations. And there are a lot of things that look like a human, but there are a lot, like, it feels like it's like an uncanny valley human. Like, a lot of this looks very much like what a human would do, but a lot of it doesn't. That's the part that's getting me. Like, there are some very out of sync responses here. Like, it is completely inconsistent. It doesn't add up.
Add-on complete. Center upgrade complete.
Literally, though, like, it's a combination of surprisingly good macro and hideously bad decision making. Like, and not in like the usual way. None of it adds up like a usual way. There's some incredible precision and micro as well, but combined with decisions I've literally never seen. Especially from players of this level. Like,
add-on complete.
And it's weird for me to think this entire series is based on me seeing everything before and making fun of you for it. And that is why this is so weird. Thank you, Europa.
Europa is chilling for 5 months.
The barracks should always be in the same place. Like, you should always, like, this is not, the point is, that sort of consistency is completely out of sync with someone who loses their workers to, like, a cannon in their main. Or to an SCV at the ramp. This level of consistency is completely off for the decision-making of some of these situations. Like, the macro and build is, like, Diamond Plus.
Airdim is chilling for 46
And then
months. Still no Ari got a mister.
parts of it are, like, bronze. It might just be a very book-smart player. Like, perfect practice, does the build perfectly every game, and then anything happens and it's a disaster. Like, this Marine micro and macro is not gold. This is way better than gold. This is easily diamond. Though this attack is random as shit, but, like, the building barracks and then going back and stutter-stepping Marines well, like, what the fuck? It's so weird. Like, he's not double stimming, he's not overstepping, there are no misclicked move commands. But there was a misclicked move command in the other game. But he doesn't have combat shield. I gotta... There's no stimming again. When the Marines are past a certain HP. You know most of you would have stimmed again. Yeah, the not scanning for tumors is super weird.
Forces are under attack.
The religious mule drops, like not scanning at all. Has there been a single scan at all? There have been no scans. This is so weird. You know fucking gold Terrans? If they get an orbital, it's for scanning the same place 3 times and seeing nothing. Like, that's what orbitals are for. We all know that. And that stutter step is perfect. Like, that's actually near perfect. Like, that's Maru level stuff. What the fuck is this? What is going on here? Like, that is like pixel perfect. What the fuck is this? An accidental right click into the medevac there, which was weird. I don't know why we're in the medevac at all. Like, what is this? What is this? Was that an accident? I don't understand why this is happening.
Your forces are under attack.
Like, this is so fucking weird.
Upgrade complete.
Every part of this is so weird.
Mineral field depleted.
But still forgot combat shield.
Upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
There is no gold player in the world who queues up their SCVs that well. I don't do that half the time. No, what I'm saying is, every time it builds something, the immediate queue back to minerals. Like, even pros aren't very good about that. That is very hard to do quickly. It's especially when the minerals start mining out. Like, this is so weird. Yeah, the fact there are 40 SCVs of the natural still building. Like, oh my god, that's like... Oh, well, he's... Okay, wait. How long between selecting SCVs and queuing up perfectly? Also, the fact that, look at the control group. Wait, what are these SCVs? Which one is it? These are odd ones.
Upgrade complete.
This is the most suspicious thing of all. No way. No way you do that fast. That was like a quarter second. And also, what's going on with the... No, the hotkey too, it's the SCV going in and out of the refinery. I don't know why that SCV is hotkeyed, but it's the one going in and out of the refinery. That's why it keeps going away.
Add-on complete.
Like, that looked like regular human speed. We all just ignored the Zergling getting in.
Base.
That one looked normal.
Mineral field.
Oh, it's so weird. Okay, so there's one Zergling in the base. Splits 2 Marines. But not the 2 closest Marines.
Mineral field.
Where did they... How do we even decide those 2 Marines? It's so weird. Wait, how did all those SCVs get transferred so quick? Camera location. He just control click? Wait, is that all of the SCVs? Pretty much. Besides the ones that just got rallied. Okay. It's so weird. It's so crazy. That was the first scan. By the way. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Like, I'm going back and forth between a player who played like so much co-op or whatever, or AI that it's perfect. Like their macro is perfect and their decision making is horrible. And like some weird form of AI. Like, okay, so here's a 16-minute game. It's a hacker. Is it, though? Something weird is going on. I'll definitely say that. If you don't stop yelling, though, I'm gonna hack you down from the neck. I can't. The scan happened without selecting a CC. Is that true? I may have accidentally clicked on something, and that sometimes skews it, but we'll see. This is very intriguing, and also we're way off track, but I have to know. I need more games where weird things happen at the start. Like, it's so weird.
Command center.
Like, there needs to be some contact with the enemy.
Add-on complete. Command center. Add-on complete.
I mean, yeah, that's where you put the barracks, but also, it's really...
Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
Nobody, you might be like, no scouting. The other player didn't scout either. Alright. This is just Meta League.
Upgrade complete. Research.
The thing is, the record for this season, its record is 3-12. Though, I don't know how many of those games could have been wins if it didn't react in such a weird fucking way.
Complete. Research complete.
Combat shield, yeah. I mean, this is TVT. There's a medevac right there. There's a medevac. There's 2 medevacs.
Command center upgrade complete.
I mean, we've all been there, but yeah. Fine. It's so weird. It's going down. Okay. We're gonna slow this down as much as possible.
Your forces.
It acts so weird.
Upgrade.
Yeah, there's some really weird quirks. Yeah, the control group that keeps flickering is because it's an SCV that keeps going in and out of a refinery. Now, why that has happened twice in a row, I have no idea. That happened in the last game, too. I don't know what, like, do we hotkey the one building the refinery? Is that the key here? Is that what's happening?
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
I don't know. I'm still... Jerry, we gotta get the other replays done. Okay, and then I think we have to come back with fresh eyes. Because I don't know anymore. I think there's definitely a human involved. But something fucking weird is going on. Whether it's one of the raised by wolves or what the fuck. Are there a bunch of tanks stuck? Yeah. Oh my.
Command upgrade.
Something's fucky. Something's fucky.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field.
Honestly, the way it's playing is like if it was programmed to do this. It's actually better than anyone I have ever seen, including myself, doing this. Like, it is religiously following this. Upgrades, production, economy, units, attack. It is also, it's very weird how the APM goes up linearly over time, as opposed to like, because usually players will be at a certain level near the start and continue that. But it just, the longer the game goes on with more units, the more it goes up, which you would think is how it works, but not that linear. Like it was 60 and then it was 120 at the end of the other game.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Add-on complete.
Is this like a big brain play? You have scans. So any sort of player who knows what an orbital command is would scan now. Even a gold leaguer. This is when you scan like 12 times. Like, we have orbitals. They have plenty of energy. Or do they? Why don't they? Why are we so good about mule dropping? Oh my god. We don't even need mules. There are 80 workers right now.
Your forces are under attack.
Exactly.
Your forces
I'd love him to lose a couple and see if that's the number we land at. It's not suspicious. That's the number you should have. That's probably the most suspicious part, right? Is like, that's the right number. Exactly, pretty much. Like, that's the suspicious part in the Gold League, is that is pretty much exactly right for this level of economy. I like the scouting marine here. The other Terran's like, now that is the Gold League thought process that I expect, by the way. It's like, I don't know, I need something. Marines aren't doing it. Okay, Banshees. Okay, now that is what we expect to see. That kind of shit. Like, that's what you expect at like gold platinum.
Depleted. Mineral field depleted.
The lack of scans is insane. Okay, there you go. Okay. He selects it. On paper, yeah, there you go. For a split second, it's there. It's selected. Everything's been selected. I need here. We're gonna go over the other replays and come back to this. I can't reach a conclusion on this. I have no idea, because this is like easily diamond, except for the parts that are very much not. Like, there's no reason someone who looks like this at this stage of the game should be in gold. EPM is 96, APM is 128. The other Terran's pretty similar, but the lower you go, the harder it is to find an ineffective action.
Are under attack.
We'll come back. We'll come back. There's too much of this for now. I'm keeping, obviously, like, I have plenty of tabs. I'm keeping the tab open. Because fucking weird. And we haven't seen any commentary from whoever that's supposed to be. Let's see if they've ever typed in the chat. They have. And this is what they've said. Real human being. This was the person who sent it. All they typed today was exclamation point angry coach. Well, they typed it technically yesterday, but that's how we stream here, so. It's still weird. There's obviously a human involved somewhere. I'm just not sure where. It's so fucking weird. Okay, anyways. Gotta get out of that. Maxis also loses most of his games, but Maxis is over here. I bet he's gonna look like the most generic gold leaguer. Sorry, Maxis. I bet he's gonna be fucking up his pylon placements, and that's not gonna end. I bet he's going to spend too much time microing and bank up 1,500 minerals and then warping a bunch of stalkers. I bet he's gonna think that triple forge on the edge of his base is the coolest thing since banking up 2,000 minerals. Alright, and that's what Gold League's supposed to look like. But who knows, maybe it's the Protoss version of the last one.
The strongest will win.
Okay, well that's not where we wall off against Zerg. But, okay. Yeah, this is good to get a baseline here. Even if there's no Terran, like, you just get the idea of what people are doing. Oh yeah, look at the camera movement. Somebody, I don't think... Maxis, did you know you can change your sensitivity on your camera to higher, so that way it can move more instead of... Oh. Then we remembered it's not a PvP. Oh, or is it? Oh wow, that's not good. On the bright side, though, it is an early pull, so it kind of works out. Well, that's not how you wall this, though. Not really. No, okay, Cybercore. Cybercore. The first thing in your gateway, you build a Cybercore. You see, this is what I mean. And not eventually when you remember it with 300 minerals. Okay, you now, as soon as the gateway finishes, you build a Cybercore. If there are Zerglings immediately coming out, maybe a Zealot, then immediately a Cybercore. But not eventually a Cybercore. Also, there's no way... I'm pretty sure Stalkers can't get out of that. Also, we're queuing up 2 more Zealots, but we forgot the second pylon. You shall not pass! Oh my god. That probe came all the way home, just to die. What's it gonna be? No. If he was gonna do anything... That's it. You went in, I like how I'm waiting for, like, a Stargate. Nope. We eventually found our way to clicking on the shield battery button. You thought that one was going to be a Stargate. No, it's another pylon. Now, this is what Gold League is supposed to look like. And then it's a robo, because it is. Stargate would have been right. A robo immediately would have been right. Like, it's not that you're wrong, it's just that you're not very right. And then a okay, that's pushing it. Maybe let's try... okay. There's no way Immortals can get through that. Yeah, it's not that you're wrong. It's just you're definitely far from right with this. Like, the walling off on the low ground can hold the early Zerglings. Their build's designed entirely around it. You can do the same thing, essentially, but on the low ground. And that's very important to learn. And I would give you a strike, but it's just nice to see a real human. Like, not walling off on the low ground by default is already a strike. Like, you need to learn how to do that, even if it is scary because it's on the low ground and not sitting in your base. Unless you're going to cannon rush, then learn how to do it. Now that was, yeah.
Time to show our strength.
Also using the Whiterun announcer, of course. No, he's not going to go Dark Shrine. He's going to go everything. This is the kind of consistency the Gold League has. A Gateway, a Templar Archives, and a Robotics Bay while upgrading Charge. And this is how the wall-off is going to look. Wow, it's horrible. This is not even close. Like, not even remote. Like, you didn't even drunkenly sleep through any of the many Bronze to GM / Bronze to Master series, did you? Like, I think any sort of things that seeped into your dreams would have still been better than whatever the fuck this is. But here we are. The build order stew. Except this one's kind of just spilled out on the ground. It's like, oh, I guess we'll get the Templar Archives. Oh, some charge lots. I love charge lots. Alright, Storm. That's a good spot for a cannon. It's one of the top 50 spots for cannons. It's not the worst spot for a cannon. Like, if for some reason someone held a Zergling to your head and said build a cannon, that would not be the worst spot to put it. It's not the best.
You have exhausted all the minerals,
Another Robo. Who could have expected that? I bet Maxis didn't expect that either. I feel like Maxis, it's like he's spinning a roulette wheel every time. Every time a probe goes out to build something, by the time it gets there, we'll know what it's going to build. But not before. Alright, that one's a pylon. Alright. And another pylon. Very good, very good. What's it gonna be? Okay, okay. I'm just gonna narrow it down. Alright, which one of these three? Is it pylon, defense, or building? That isn't any of the above. This is the probe at the wall that has a pylon, but there's no cannons here. He's got enough money to build anything. Any tech building, besides a fleet beacon, but there's no Stargate. It's so hard to tell. It's beautiful. Alright. The people hedge their bets on pylon. Safe bet, I will say. Well... It is. Nothing. Nothing. He just... everyone's wrong. It's nothing. He just stopped building things. And then it's an assimilate. Yeah, I didn't expect that one. And extended thermal lance. Anything else we don't have? If we defend a little bit of everything... We're defending against mutas and Zerg, like...
It should have happened.
Now this is more what I expect from a co-op player as well. Like, if you were truly trying to convince me it was a co-op player who's playing multiplayer, this is what that looks like. Like, I have plenty of minerals to ring my base with cannons and build whatever army I want. Maxis, what's your co-op level? And what's your favorite commander? Is it Carix? Is your favorite commander Carix?
Upgrade complete. Battle awaits us.
Or maybe Artanis. No. Well, you gotta fill it in. No, is no to like no to co-op or no to Carix being your favorite? Highest is Alarak. Oh. Alarak, who you can kind of just ignore the army because Alarak's such a badass. No to Carix. I'm not a Carix player, alright? You see my third Nexus?
You can enjoy new ability.
Uh-oh. Here come 10 more cannons. Yep. Those are spires. Wait, let's see. So the response to seeing 2 spires and mutas is to queue up immortals. No. Not quite. Oh, look, it's still mutas! Who would have thought? Oh my god! Oh god, the Archon's kicking it! Oh, somebody let the Archons in! The Nexus is at full energy. Oh, it's a disaster! Oh no! Ah! No, he's still trying to figure out. Oh no! Oh! Oh, that's not good. Oh no! He's unleashed the Archons! He killed the pylon, thus freeing the Archons. Huge mistake from the Zerg. The Immortal can't get out of the base. The Colossus could, because it can tiptoe over the cliff. The Immortal's also stuck. So, there are a few things wrong with your build. Let me rephrase that. There are a few things right with your build. Congratulations on taking a third. Step Prism, I'm stuck! Step Prism, can you pick me up? Please stop saying that. Were those banelings? The world may never know. It sounded like banelings. I guess there were some banelings. So, yes, the Zealots will come back and provide a target for the mutas to avoid killing for slightly longer. The answer is Phoenixes, and also not walling off your own units, and also attacking ever. This is why Gold Leaguers think that mutas are good, by the way. This is the exact scenario of why people wonder in Twitch chat out loud where other people can see them why pro players don't go mutas more often. This is why. But they're so good. Yes, until any unit is able to attack them, mutas are very strong. Unfortunately,
More GG, more skill.
Oh, bless your heart. Also shame. But
shame. Shame.
Shame. So for gold, that was yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Don't thank me. Be frustrated and mad. If you thank me, it's like a C-. Isn't cannon a good building against mutas? Yeah, isn't a gun useful against a hurricane? What about a nuke? Grandpa. Like back in the war. God damn it, Grandpa. All right, we have Nifty. I'm noticing a lot more people sending in their account the later on we get. I don't know what to make of that. Here we are. Here's a relatively concise Protoss versus Zerg. But is it an AI though? What the fuck is going on with that Terran? Oh, we're going back to it. Oh, we're coming back. Coming back around. Now that's how you know it's a human. Accidental caps lock. Or intentional caps lock. Either way. Alright, you don't get to take your natural. We all know that. That's not how StarCraft works. Not anymore. Not since probes existed. Honestly, in no expansion. In StarCraft 2, you just don't get to take your natural pretty much. It's been on and off, but for like the last 4 years, it also happened in Wings of Liberty as well. Like, it's been just a long-term thing. It's just more universal than it was. It usually indicated some cheats. More now it's just like a macro play.
Your forces are taking damage.
Everything's a macro play when you start with 12 workers, though. Okay. He's showing you the robo. I want to point this out. The robo is a tell. It's a tell. You know what a robo is? Not a Stargate. Important to note. Very key point. Not a Stargate. Roach Warren should start by 4 minutes. Robo does not mean robo units. It means Twilight Council units. Or they're terrible. Those are the options. So, that means Roach Warren.
Our forces are under attack.
All right. And if there's nothing in your bed, like, you just got to get spores at 4 minutes, even if you see the robo. Honestly, that Dark Shrine could have been way quicker. There could have already been DTs heading in. Just because you don't see anything, yeah, this is just not building spores. At the latest, like 4:30. That is the very latest against Terran and Protoss. Let alone having 300 gas and not starting a lair. Yeah, this is just like... So you're one of the diamond players who has a solid build, but doesn't realize that they're cutting corners. That's not an insult. This is like, you know what you want, you just weren't reminded to build spore crawlers against not Void Race. You gotta remember, there are things that aren't Void Race that still require detection, and they're called DTs. And now we remember. Yeah, your lair is just late. The spore crawler should have existed. These are common and easy to fix mistakes, but they're very... Occasionally, they're a problem. And this is one of the most glaring issues, obviously, is... Oh, yeah. And I assume that's the reaction here, is like, oh.
You're engaged.
Oh.
The opponent.
Yeah.
Your forces are under.
Why are you building drones? You build roaches. You have the drones. What? The DTs can still attack you. They have these fancy ass swords or scythes, whichever DT you prefer. Like, You just built 6 more drones. Yeah, that one was a bit of a layup. Yeah, those should have been roaches. That was very bad. Well, yeah. Those ones definitely... That was very bad. And that round of drones, I think, took this from, like, rough to, like, behind. Instead of, like, struggling, you're now very far behind. Because you lost the 3rd, and you were late on building roaches, so you can't really do counter pressure. And you still have to sit in your base anyway, so like... Honestly, if they kill the 3rd and keep you at your base like this, you're left with gambling. So, I mean, it's not like you don't have minerals. The fact you were able to get to 30, not like, what is it now? 40-something drones even before this.
Your base is under attack, man.
Yeah. This is pretty much find a roach timing or turtle to lurkers. Those are your options. The other option is gamble really hard on mutas. But you don't really have the gas.
Your forces are under attack.
Never stop building queens. Never stop building queens. You have 1,800 minerals. You build queens. No, not 1. Not like 3. How many hatcheries do you have? That many. Yeah, you are. It's just not like... Okay. So. You are the best type of diamond. You're still making very diamond mistakes. But if you can remember what object permanence is, or you understand the idea of just because I don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Dark Templar are possibly the most literal embodiment of this. But if you can teach yourself to remember that Dark Templar can exist, and that you need to get a lair, and that you got to keep building queens, the rest is okay. Like you're just literally, because he didn't make Void Rays, you didn't build spores. Like, that's it. That's what happened here. And it's so rare that people don't just make mass Void Ray. I don't blame you that much, but you have to remember that this is a possibility.
Mutation complete.
Like, it's weird, right? That should have been Void Rays.
Evolution complete. Back home.
Honestly, and this isn't just me softened up, like, that looks good. You're doing most of the things right, but some of them slow. There's nothing here that you did wrong. You just didn't do enough right. And not like in the Gold League Protoss player version. You eventually are doing everything you have to do. It was just too slow. It was too slow on the spores, obviously. The lair was too slow. The spending your money at this stage of the game was too slow. But everything was correct. It's just now you're too far behind for it to matter much. At least hopefully, unless the Protoss really fucks it up. Which they still might do if they weren't going carriers, but they are, so.
We're running out of minerals back home. Mutation complete. Your forces are taking damage. Your base is under attack again.
Fucking DTs.
Mineral field depleted.
Wow. Yeah. He's trying to walk and talk at the same time. It's a struggle. Thankfully, once he gets back to A-moving, it's fine.
You're under attack. Siege up. Hey, your base is under attack, man. GG. Nice try.
GG. Nice try. What was that? That was Diamond 3? A-. Spores, 4 minutes. Even if you see nothing. And think about 4 minutes. Think about it. I'm just going to give you this. 4 minutes. That's it. If you remember 4 minutes, you remember for Terrans that they can have starport units. For Protoss, they can have not Void Rays. And for you, or for other Zerg, they could start a lair. 4 minutes. Because I'm confident you'll get enough drones to get there anyways. Like, you're not worried about that. You built too many. So... simple. Proteus! A game from a tournament I played in. Now, which tournament is probably relevant? It's like, it was actually the IEM qualifiers, and my name is Neeb. Like, nope, it's Diamond. Collegiate. Ah. Well, this is an interesting... interesting inspiration you have. Uh-oh. You know he's Terran, right? I see. We're using the observer interface. You can tell with the icons. Ah. You're disgusting. Are we just here to watch you proxy Stargate, you disgusting Protoss?
They're attacking your base. Give them some.
Is that why we're here?
Your base is crumbling under enemy attack.
Are we just here to watch you fail at proxying a Stargate? Or that was part of the plan all along. I proxy against him a few times a week. Do you get Warp Gate, or are you that religiously a Florencio follower? Classic. Scouted by proxy? Oh, I was lagged.
Base is under attack.
Oh, so we just forgot Warp Gate, which is like, you know...
Recall?
Not great. I don't blame him. Well, that's unfortunate, because now he sees a Robo and a Dark Shrine, which might as well just send him your OnlyFans link as well. Did he see you cancel? No. Ah, yes. The classic cancel the Dark Shrine move. Absolute S-tier mind game. If I was the Terran, I'd just keep scanning. Like,
Your research is complete.
You underestimate my power? It's such a Protoss thing to say. It's like, now watch me cheese the fuck out of this Diamond Terran so hard that he has a mental breakdown and reconsiders ever playing this game while being at 300 APM for no discernible reason and overreacting to everything he sees, because that is essentially what Diamond Terrans do for fun. Meanwhile, Protoss players with 1/3 the APM come in, say, "This is Angry Coach. Watch this horrible build that I fucked up so many times I failed my way into success, as is the Protoss way."
Research finished, but I'm still waiting on high-sec auto tracking.
Is this what winning looks like? Is that what it looks like?
Army under attack. Select.
No, it's Hold My Soju. Didn't you hear Zest? Also, what the fuck is he doing? He's playing mech. That doesn't work. Failing up is still moving up? Yes. That's how Protoss do. So the reason you don't go mech is because all your units die until you have essentially 200 supply. to almost anything. And they're super expensive, and just getting factories is expensive.
Still in the game? Nice.
Especially when Protoss players are coming in with like a random ass amount of blank stalkers, 0 probes in production, and 0 fucks. Like, what was the point of Warp Gate? You should have at least stuck by the Florencio Way and started building out of gateways. It might actually help you. You could have queued up stalkers and rallied them across the map. I don't know what the point of Warp Gate is to warp them in your main. It actually would be better to just remove the Warp Gates and queue up fucking stalkers. Jesus. Oh, that was horrible. He shouldn't have gone Mac. And you are why people hate Protoss. Shame on you. This was not a good build.
Shame.
It was poorly executed.
Shame.
But here we are. Thank you. I hate you people. Yeah. Protoss. Over here like, filthy. I love it. Yes. Yes. Drown me in the sewers, senpai. Like, Jesus. Ooh. I guess we just stick with what we have over here. We already have it locked in. Thank you for not making me change anything. Hey, look at me! Blinks aggressively. Oh my god. It's like, this is not a good build. I know. No. We still have Dunning-Kruger FXS, and then we have to settle. A 404 error occurred. You linked me your account settings, not your account. So, one more try. Which, it doesn't... that doesn't work. Thank you, Eridim. Remember, during this technical difficulties to subscribe, and then you can get a little more leeway when you inevitably say, wow, I didn't know people could be this bad. And you might not get slapped the first time, but you'll get slapped the second. And that's what subscribing gets you. Do I just copy paste? Yes, you are subscribed. You can also post links until you abuse that power, and then you'll post nothing. Also, I'm pretty sure SC2 replay stats is just whitelisted anyways. Macro Mjolnir. The Gold League Protoss. But also sometimes Terran. Winning most... He won the vast majority of the last few games. Lost a 5-minute and a 4-minute game, and I can imagine what that looks like. Got charged out Immortal Arkham from your low APM and cleaned it up with ping. Wow. I guess we go with the last game then, because otherwise it's 5-minute losses, which you know what that looks like. And then everything else is more than a couple weeks ago. So this is going to be a boring one, I would imagine.
I'm sure it'll be better this time.
I don't think that's... doesn't really matter in PvP. It's close enough. The fact you're walling off the low ground at all, and it's fine to wall. I think any map with a nat ramp. The nat ramp maps, you can wall off the low ground. Maps like 2,000 Atmospheres or like Hardwire, Glittering Ashes are a lot riskier. Obviously, Beckett is risky as well, but the Nat Ramp.
Army under attack. They're not immortals. Well...
In the Winter voice pack, Kiss says, hey, just because he's actually playing ladder and that's the only way to truly experience it, instead of just making snide comments in the Twitch chat while having low self-esteem, that doesn't mean anything. Alright, so that's not an adept wall. You do wall off because adepts exist, but not like this. There are two gaps on that wall. No, it's not because this isn't a wall up again. It's just not a wall. Like, it's not for adepts. There are two gaps. It's not right. It's wrong. The adepts can still get in. Even if you blocked one. Yeah, so in that case, it's not a Zerg wall either. That's the point. The Zerglings would get in.
Research
keeping you in the Gold League and getting them to Platinum, where then they send in, like, the Zergling main replays. Wow, my voice is going. Getting all gravelly.
Donation confirmed.
Oh no.
Probius SC just donated $15. Understand you were disappointed in my Protoss. Maybe my Terran is better.
I doubt it. It's 44 probes, I think. But otherwise.
Research is done. Your forces are just a little bit better.
Also, you could get a forge in here, I'm sure.
A mineral field has been depleted.
Wait, do you have a Templar Archive? You do.
You're all mined out of that mineral field.
What is with you people? You have a warp prism. One of the most disgustingly powerful. 1, why are you warping in zealots? 2, why are you warping them here? Like, you could warp in right now 4 Archons at the prism. And you're like, what if I, and now let's try this, didn't. Also, he had an observer watching all of this, which, yeah. Assuming zealots will get there before prism sieges? Yeah, you're wrong. That was dumb. That was a boring way of putting it, but no, that was stupid. Unless you were planning on warping into the main for some reason, trying to break a 2-base player who you can literally see right now from the observer that he also has in the same spot, is building cannons on his high ground. Also, what was the point of the Templar archives? Like, because it looks pretty? Well, I guess when you don't siege the prism until the zealots get there, they do get there quicker. Winter, you idiot! God, just use your eyes. There's some ironing out to be done here. Okay, so if you didn't see the observer moving past you, hopefully you did now. I will say, though, I am impressed at the, like, relatively quick timing of this. But you definitely could just take, like, there's no reason not to take a third while you're doing this. There's no reason not to have +1 or 1-1 upgrading. You got the money. You got the idea. Now you just need the money. Now, like, it's 2 base versus 2 base. Okay? if you're both equally matched, you really shouldn't be able to kill him. Like, this is one of those situations where now you have the army to deny a third, but maybe not win the game. Though, match of the time, you will be able to kill him because he's over here with, like, fucking double Prism, double Stargate, which is what an average gold player would have. And that is why you're winning 80% of your games, because you're building units instead of whatever the fuck this is. I don't know.
Your warriors are under attack.
Okay. Alright, so this is not good. Okay.
Mineral patch is gone.
But then he just has stalkers, so.
Select all, and you took all the minerals from that.
Oh my. Okay, that's not how land works. I appreciate the idea.
You thief.
But this is not. Let's try maybe camera location. Either way, Immortal Archon Charge Lot absolutely obliterates Stalkers. Stalkers are for mediocre players who want to think they're good, whereas Immortals Archon, the CIA is for winning, okay? Or mediocre players who literally don't know what else to build is another option. The Zealots eventually got there.
Mineral field depleted. Mine out of that cluster. GG.
So there were some real issues. There were some real mistakes. You can see, like, you've got like, it's like eating pizza without the sauce there. Like, it's still pretty good. So there are some things missing, but you're most of the way there. So for gold, that's a B. That's a B+. Let's be honest here. It's a B+. You won't be gold for long. Though, build a third before you attack, use the Prism, and maybe don't worry about attacking 2 bases. 3 base, 2 max out, upgrades, all that, yada yada. Still further along. Honestly, further along than most diamonds. Though, you'll probably struggle if they do any sort of early game, as we saw in the match history. Alright, we got Probius's Terran Disappointment. And then we have to figure out what the fuck is going on with the Beta Star. Why are you sending... Why are you making Marines?
He is under attack.
You have 2 guesses.
Your CC is...
And don't come over here telling me it's a fucking fake. Like, Reapers are just better in the same defense.
CC, a better command center.
This is just bad. I didn't have gas when I started. Like... Which version do you think makes you look less stupid? The I didn't have gas because I fucked it up, or the I'm trying too hard to mind game my opponent? Which one's better for you? The mind game. All right. There you go. That's spoken like a true Protoss. I was mind gaming. No, this is just dumb. You're mind numbing. Still works. Yeah, sometimes, unfortunately. I gotta... You see, this was so shitty, he was gonna try to expand because he thought it was like 1 Rex because it was so bad. Like, he's like, oh, Marines? Now, of course, you keep building Marines, and he's like, oh, what the fuck? Like, 200 gas in the bank after slapping down the factory. I like the laziness depot. This is a classic of I literally don't have the APM to move back to my main to build a depot, so I guess I'll just build it here. That is like Bronze League Heroes Wings of Liberty shit. It's like the people building houses next to their proxy siege workshops in AoE, which happens a lot. The reason that didn't work is because the counter to Marines is also anything, pretty much. Especially with your half-assed proxy thing. Is this going to be another failing upwards game, or do you just die like you should?
Your precious base.
So then we go battle cruisers. And the rest was history.
Lift to the corner and pray. CC upgrade. You're out. Research complete. Your base is the enemy. Engage your forces. The enemy is attacking. Army under attack. Stick to it.
You see, this is a Protoss level of confidence. Like, this battlecruiser will solve all my problems. Meanwhile, Terran tried to fucking stutter step the battle. Oh my god.
Your precious base. It took dozens.
This is essentially the same as the other fucking game. It's even on the same map. It was a shitty failed cheese into a blink all in. That's where we are. It's just the thing we were blinking was much more valuable. $79. That's the kill count. Okay. So nobody's really mining anymore. Is that 101 kills? Oh my. Why didn't you kill the orbital? Like, of all the things. No, the orbital at the natural. It was like 30 HP away. Gotta let the burn do the damage. What if he repairs it? He repaired it with the SCVs he built out of his command center. Are you telling me you're like, but if he repairs it, that costs minerals that he needs? Or something else even more stupid? Like... some men just want to watch the orbitals. Oh, game over.
GG. Next
oh, no GG. What a fuck. What the fuck? Oh god. Fuck you. Oh my god, that's so stupid. Battle cruisers. The only thing that doesn't counter battle cruisers is Marines.
Shame.
Oh my god. What a game. What was that, 100? I mean, that was one of the filthiest games. Florencio would be proud of that one. I'll give you that. That was the one of the worst proxy wrecks. Into just full confidence battle cruiser. Like, directly into battle cruiser. Directly to battle cruiser. Alright, no stopping. Would you like a Zerg game? I like money. But we do have this script. All right. I'm bringing up. I don't have any. Was that what you were building up to? Or was that in response to the money? So, for those who weren't here, there is a very suspicious Terran who has said nothing in chat past the original Angry Coach thing and has a different name than either way, and is suspiciously good at macroing, but makes some incredibly weird decisions. And I have no idea what I'm looking at, because it's like a combination of diamond plus level macro and micro with like AI decision making. It is very weird. And I've watched 4 or 5 replays now. Xenon has SC2 scripts. Yeah, but I googled it. And it's just for putting in chat. It's macros for GLHF. So it is weird. Okay. Everyone follow this while I Google some things. They just auto say GLHF. Yeah, like I thought it would be like builds workers automatically. Feel like I don't understand Russian well enough for this, though. Weird. The thing is, it has a bunch of replays on the account. It's SC2 replay stats account. I keep saying it. I keep going between he and it. Not they and it, either. It's so... Every part of it is weird. Like, at first I'm like, this is just one of those players that's only played against the AI. No, it looks like it's a Russian site, but it's in English. And it looks like an HTML site from 2004, which I think lends to its legitimacy. Oh, I'll look back to that. We're gonna watch one more game. We'll look back in a moment. All right. Yeah, every game is exactly the same movements. Like,
Command center upgrade complete.
but at the same time, like, there are some weird quirks as well. Did he scout? Yeah, he scouts. He's scouting every game.
Add-on complete.
A bunker? Yeah, the angry coach message said, from someone who is named nothing like this and has chatted before, I lost a lot this season. Please show me the way. And link their account, of which had all these replays. So, like...
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
Which is what throws me off so much as well. And then they haven't said anything since. Lore, 11 lore, this is your moment to explain. Oh, what the fuck was that? Why were the SCVs in the main? What the fuck? What the fuck was this?
Add-on complete.
It's so weird! Okay, so here's what happens. Selects all the SCVs to build a barracks, and then gets attacked. Literally, there hasn't even been a notification yet. There has been no notification. But the stalkers show up. So the command goes through. Is there a hotkeyed SCV in the assimilator? It hasn't built. So the 2 hotkey SCV has been the one. I think that one built the command center. Maybe that was it. We'll see. Oh, it's so weird.
Base.
So the SCVs didn't actually finish their barracks command because... Okay. Box select of the SCVs there. Fucks up the repair. You see, that is crazy to me. That is insane to me. Who drops a mule in between repairing the bunker and pulling the SCVs? That is not a thing. Maru doesn't do that shit. Like, the bunker is burning. What the fuck is that? So, yeah, see, you know what? You might be right, Mr. Entrepreneur. Yeah, it's backed up by the fact we have the North Korean flag behind it as well. Yikes. Like, I don't even want to bring this up because actually, yeah, that's it. Fuck. Because that would explain everything. The shitty decision-making combined with the incredible precision. Like, it's a human trying to steer something way more qualified than it. That's what we have. It is a human. It is a 14-year-old in a Bugatti. And by a Bugatti, I mean like a tractor. But has never really used a tractor before. It's more like a tractor. It makes more sense. Though it doesn't explain the actual build. Oh. Okay. I don't want to bring it up. But it's shitty. And it doesn't help because he's still losing all his games. It is weird how the games end. That is a weird part to me. Like, but you probably wouldn't stop at one script, right? So essentially the script, if you have things on the right hotkeys, it will build stuff at the right spots. But sometimes it only works 80% of the time, it says. Which actually makes it seem more human because sometimes I bet it fucks up. Like, yeah, so why would you send me this is the question. That's what I, to see if it tricks you. They have a decent amount of games to see how you react. But the person, Xenon is not okay. Xenon, while it's not obscure, is probably not a very unique name on SC2. Like, to see what mistakes you point out? Yeah, that's why at this point, now that I've confirmed it, it's some variety of this. Yeah. You could, everything's a little weird. It specifies you have to have a specific resolution and all that, which makes sense. Same capital N, once again, not that weird.
Base is under attack.
They probably didn't think you'd notice. I can't believe that. You know what you do if you do that? Until I, like the first replay, for the first 10 minutes, I was like, oh, bless your heart. Oh, this is fun. You know what? Someone who was looking for that, they would have responded and then stopped responding. It is weird to me that they never said anything past the original message in chat. That is pretty fucky. I mean, if they're still losing 75% of their games, then whatever, right? Like,
Your forces are under attack. Add-on complete.
it's still working. Like, He just typed GG. That's it. Yeah, it's not a small amount of games. He had multiple fighting units when he left. We can go to the oldest game. I mean, I'm pretty convinced. It's obviously weird, but it's like a hybrid situation. Wait. I don't know why I would show that. From the 12th of December, the last game recorded. It is a Swedish pro player. I doubt it. You know there's a Swedish Winter as well? Is he me? He actually qualified for WCS a couple times. I don't think he's playing pro anymore. I think he had the name first too. So his name, okay, all right, okay, stop. I wasn't clear. Stop it. So fucking weird.
Command center add-on complete.
This game looks exactly the same as the games from today. Like, this game looks identical in the habits to the games from 2 months later. Yeah. Like, no improvement, or it should be worse, right? Like, it should be like we're learning, and that's what it ends up looking like.
Command center upgrade complete.
Okay, so now we build the barracks directly next to the factory and the starport with a weirdly quick shift click here. Oh, look at this tabbing. That's so fast. Ah, it's resetting with the camera. I see.
Add-on complete.
The barracks will seal the deal for me. What the fuck? Okay, so this is different. 2 NG Bay.
Your forces are under.
Oh, there's no way you shift click that quick. Half of players in Diamond don't even shift click.
Just Zeta is chilling for 26 months. Micro Jackson Jr.
Oh my god, that's so fast. Yeah.
Your forces are under attack.
So, yeah, it's a pretty incredibly mediocre player using scripts. It's kind of impressive what the scripts can accomplish, I will say. But, like, the one thing about Age of Empires is a script like this would never work. In SC2, maps are always relatively standardized. And you can, like, the map will be the same every time. Like, you could design, like, building villagers or something. But that is the tiny downside of SC2. What are scripts? It's essentially a program that runs. It either takes control of your keyboard, like what I use in the Billions to have hotkeys, or it's essentially a virtual mouse and keyboard doing all this stuff. So he's still playing the game, it's just not his hands, mostly. That's what I think the majority of it is. Though there is some weird stuff. I don't think it's map hacks. I don't think it's not any sort of weird affecting the game. It's just essentially automating macro, and kind of poorly, but way better than, like, the macro is Diamond Plus. You can automate Terran macro to Diamond Plus, apparently. That's what we're seeing here. You can't automate game sets. Why does this work? Because the hotkeys, it's rotating virtually. It's essentially like a virtual keyboard. That's what I'm assuming. The hotkeys are always the same. It's rotating through the hotkeys. If you just let it go, it's going to build X amount of Marines and stuff. Assuming you have all the hotkeys set up right, which I think you still need to do manually.
Add-on complete.
But that's why it's so, like, clear-cut.
Add-on.
Which was also weird, the tabbing through the production keys. That was throwing me off a bit. Like the way that was going, which was very weird. Why would you automate macro? Just learn how to do it. Oh. Is this your first time on the internet?
Mineral field depleted.
Oh, so this is an interesting scenario. He fucked it up. I don't know if he fucked it up, but look here. I accidentally hotkeyed the army with the orbital. How do we handle this? Alright, resets the orbital. This was the first time we've seen a scan. Like, before the end of the game, pretty much. And it was when he had to manually control the orbital. This was the first time. Wow. Huh. Interesting.
Upgrade.
So, here's what this is looking like a normal player right here. This is what looks like a normal gold player. We scanned. We lost some time. We're trying to take a third. It's a struggle. I forgot to build units. This looks like a normal gold player. Like, I've done anything besides exactly the same stuff I've been doing. I'm losing it. Everything's falling apart.
Mineral field depleted.
Command center gets built in the same spot. Alright. You see, there's no way. Like, look at that. That's what gets me. He canceled every unit to restart them all at the same time. Nobody does that. That is not a thing you do. Canceled everything so that way it looks like a custom game. That is not a thing, especially gold players do. Like, Like, right here. Cancels, starts. The tabbing is throwing, like, that's it. Like, the tabbing is super, oh my god. Okay, if that's not a tell. Yeah, there's no way. I just wonder how it's so good with the pixels. Like, how it knows, unless it's for each map. That's impressive. Like, it's so quick. It's inhumanly quick. That's the point. I guess it has to be for each map, so it knows exactly how many pixels the minerals are, right? Like, and that's why resolution is important. Like, look at how long it takes them to queue up these depots. They're already. And then instantly shift click back. Like, half of gold players don't even queue up. Well over half don't even queue up. Let alone the fact he's only supply blocked. How long supply blocked in this game? Oh, we got supply blocked when attacking earlier. Ah. Wait. I need to go back. The supply block was at 6 minutes. What happened at 6 minutes? The most normal supply block you could ever have. When was the accidentally hotkeying things?
Add-on complete.
Hmm.
Add-on complete. Mineral field.
The dude's on yeah, I could just be helping with the QA testing of scripts right now. But what this should prove is that no matter how many scripts you have, it's no substitute for learning how to play. Like,
Mineral field.
it's still very gold, despite having the macro and micro of like a diamond player.
Command center upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack.
The problem is, no, here's the thing. These kind of things only cap out, really. At least I'd like to think they only cap out around like diamond. Because they get in the way of an actually, like Amaru would be annoyed. Like, Amaru has better macro than this. He's doing it himself. Like, there's like an overlap of, it's like most map hackers in the past, of which there are very few now, at least that I know of. But usually they're just such horrible players, it's not a huge factor. I mean, obviously the danger, someone like me could probably do a lot more damage. With knowing, like, if playing a normal game and then just knowing there's a Dark Shrine. Like,
Base is under attack. Upgrade complete.
fuck was that? No way. I think I know what's happening as well. He has a stutter step thing. I noticed this before. His stutter step was essentially perfect. I think he's just clicking somewhere and then it's automatically A-clicking. That's why his APM is skyrocketing. Because it's fighting the move command. So there are essentially two move commands happening. So this is his normal APM. It's like 90. Okay. And then You can see the commands being issued. It goes from nothing to, like, near perfectly timed stutter step. The problem is here, you don't want to stutter step through Storm. Like, most of the time you do want to stutter step, but you don't want to stutter step through Storm. No, this is against terms of service, and I will be reporting it. It's quite clear to me, not that it necessarily matters, and also it's Gold League, and also he's terrible, but, like, it is terrible. Like, it's...
Upgrade complete.
But it is kind of hilarious. It's actually working against him.
Research complete.
Because, obviously, you don't want to stutter step through Storm. Because, no shit.
Forces are under attack. Your forces base is under attack. Mineral field completed.
Oh, here's another thing. There are never units queued up. How? I have never ever seen a gold player who actually built units at this sort of like place in the game and perfectly queued up exactly the right amount of units every time. It's not like he doesn't have the money. Like, even I would be building like 10 Marines out of the racks because I'm like, I just gotta get units out. It's so perfect. Like, no. This is just... Okay. It's working against us. Too many scripts. You gotta stick to the macro script. Like... I think the micro is too much. Like, the micro and the macro is fighting. So we gotta go to a more modern one. See if he's worked it out. It's not a shittier version of Alpha Star. That's like calling Clippy a shittier version of Alpha Star. Like... It's like, would you like to macro better? No, Clippy. I don't want to stutter step through Storm. And also, I need to learn how to build Liberators. Dude, what are these Liberators? I haven't been updated since 2011. Alright. Here we have... Same map. Same matchup. That's not a real. Same map, same matchup. Looks like a similar way of losing. Just final replay of the Angry Coach Marathon for shitty comparison. Thank you guys for watching Angry Coach. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you don't think that you're playing these players. I guarantee you are not. It's actually hilarious that this was sent in. I don't know what assumption it was that it was sent to me. I don't think I can give them the intellectual credit to say this was QA testing. I think they legitimately, based on the account, I think they legitimately like Angry Coach and thought I'd just look at a replay and not notice. And I almost didn't. I was actually... Because remember, the first replay I looked at, I'm like, oh my god, you're just not... like. So what happened? He got cannon rushed. And killed everything but the last bit of one pylon. Which was super weird, because you stopped the cannon rush, but you didn't quite stop it. And lost SCVs, which was weird. So I'm like, let's look at another replay. And then that one was weird, and now we're here. So if they had any game sense and it killed that first cannon rush instead of whatever this is, maybe we wouldn't be here. But this was somebody else reporting. If you were reporting it, then why wouldn't you say it? Either way, it's kind of entertaining to watch, especially since it's obviously not helping win. Enter. Oh, hey, Lore. Yes, I'm not saying you're a bot. What the fuck is this? It's him. How are you doing? Explain to me what the fuck this is. He's alive. Or it.
Your forces are under attack.
This is the conclusion we were looking for. This is the ending. I'm just bad. No, try again.
Your forces forces are under attack.
All right, you know what, Lore? I will 1v1 me. I just woke up. 1v1 me. I'd love to play a game.
Command center upgrade complete.
It's 4 a.m. Yes, it is. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's fine. Or the next day. One of these days. The shift queue is just impressively fast.
Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete.
Hmm. Yeah, it's not every day. Oh, the barracks. Very, very diligent with the barracks timing, I will say. Ah!
Add-on complete.
Mm-hmm.
Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
Play you in 5 minutes? Oh, this game's way longer than 5 minutes, so. I'm just like, this is me. We're doing the low APM challenge 2022, right? And this is me kind of learning what Gold League looks like. One way or another. And that's really the beauty of it. Wow. The 12 Marine, 1 Cyclone timing. Odd, but consistent.
Your forces are under attack. Upgrade complete. Research complete.
Wait, was that a scan that I missed? Or how do we know this is here?
Your forces are under attack.
I never scan. That's fair.
Research complete.
Any reason?
Your forces are under attack. Command
I get lost in the macro.
center upgrade.
It's easy to do. Ah, turrets.
Mineral field add-on complete. Mineral
Combat shield would definitely be a big help
field
in these games. Is that tectonic destabilizers over there?
center
Beautiful.
upgrade complete.
I never scan. Weren't too lost in the macro on that one.
Add-on complete. Your forces under center upgrade. Complete.
I mean, we've just given up on the not. Oh, that is perfect. Perfect. Exactly 2 Marines of Rex. No more, no less. Do we have exactly 80 SCVs? No, 75. Which is a much more random number.
Mineral field depleted.
75 SCVs is probably a better, especially when you factor in mules, that's the number. I mean, the Protoss also has 75, so.
Mineral field depleted. Add-on complete.
All right. This is just the difference between a Terran and a Protoss, all right? As you can see here, this is the embodiment of a difference. Oh. Accidentally hotkeyed a bunch of Marines in with the orbital. I hate when that happens. Would be a shame if that screwed everything up for a while. Oh, we gotta find them. Nope, they're over there. Alright, there they are.
Command center upgrade complete.
It would be a shame if the mules now started dropping now exactly... Well, I mean, that would be the time to drop mules. Oh! We got unlost. Alright. The Winter SC2 group chat on North American BattleNet, or if you prefer, Europe, or Asia.
Mineral field.
Not China, though.
Depleted.
I can't get there.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete.
He built one too many. It was one too many on those barracks. That was poor macro, in my opinion. So, good thing he went back and canceled it. Ah, much better, much better.
Command center upgrade complete. Your base is under attack. Mineral field completed.
I'm gold, what did you expect? I just want to give you a personal opportunity to, like, I'm learning a lot. This is some of the most solid macro for gold, but yet, there's still plenty to work on. Combat shield would be one of the big things, to be honest. I'll go low APM challenge. Make it fair. Let's see. We'll pick the best matchup, which is well, that's hard to tell. TVP is 0%, so that's not great. I guess Zerg. Alright, Zerg. We will see. Now, I have an unfair advantage. I've seen his builds. All right. I'm sorry, his build. So. But I've got some ideas on how to handle it.
I'm sure this one will be better.
Let's hope we can keep the same level of consistency as we've seen before. Otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble. No, there are plenty of players. Like Raynor routinely spikes over 1,000 APM. And while you're microing, you can spike over 1,000. Yes. The last game he played was at 5:30 a.m. on SC2 replay stat. Says it right there. Top left. Isn't that when all gamers play? That should be enough, right? I can click the rest. That was a Saturday. Yes. Oh, maybe Building Queen was not a hotkey to not have. actually. Just click things. A Reaper? Ah, yes, that's what people do. They build Reapers. I watched 7 games or so. He didn't build a single Reaper. Adapting?
Brood under attack. Panic time.
You only watch games with Protoss? No, I watched other games. It just, that was the first wave. The last 2 were versus Protoss. I had to get a baseline.
The enemy is attacking.
I've been training for this. A Viking. And also, like, he's playing against me at 4 a.m. Alright, that's some nerves. That's part of why we can't really do viewer games for a lot of the guides and stuff, because people get, especially lower level people, they get nervous.
Your brood is on
It happens.
All done evolving. For now, anyway.
I'm struggling to remember the standard. Yes, my hotkeys, bro. All right.
Mutation.
It was my hotkeys.
You can't do your disgusting morph there. Mineral pad, no more from there.
I don't think we'll see a drop, but who knows?
Base under attack. Did you build it all in the main?
That is twice as many scans as most of the other games.
Your brood's stronger now. The swarm is threatened.
Complete. Evolution complete.
You engage the enemy. On purpose? Mutation finished.
Yep, those are Hydra's wings and banes.
Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice. Evolution complete. That brood under attack. Panic time.
We have the ultimate test.
The enemy is attacking your swarm. Mutation done. You can run faster and stronger to your deck. Your brood is under attack. You can't build there. Field depleted. Your Zerg have evolved. Your swarm is now bigger and broodier. Mineral, you engage the enemy. On purpose? You took all the minerals from that, and the swarm is threatened. Done evolving. For now, anyway. A mineral field has been depleted.
It's quite the stutter step.
Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
He might have been able to come up with one.
Mineral field depleted.
I don't think he knows that there are custom games designed to train micro. Now, your average Terran sweaty player, a lot of you Diamond Terrans probably know what I'm talking about. Because you tried and failed, though pretend like your Marine micro is better than it was ever going to be. Am I right, Diamond Terrans? Did you know you should have just attack moved and right-clicked? You idiots. God. Did you try that?
For now, anyway.
So what the... Oh, the tanks too.
Mutation done. You can run faster and stronger to your death.
I mean, that's just everything selected.
You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief. Field has been depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mined out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice. You're all mined out of that mineral field. Mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming back. The swarm is threatened. You mined out the gas of that geyser. Where did it all go?
It's kind of weird doing all this and the units are coming across the map anyways. Like...
You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief. Your precious base. Oh no.
I think he tried it and it failed. Like, he literally doesn't know how to stop it. It keeps making Marines.
Mined out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
Oh, it's beautiful. Like, some could interpret that as coaching, like, maybe don't just make Marines, but...
Mineral patch is gone. You engage the enemy.
Oh, there's a ghost! You got it! Hey!
You're all mined out of that. Mineral field depleted.
I'd love to see the process to make that ghost as well.
You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief. Extract mineral field. The enemy is attacking your swarm. Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
God, ultras are so thick. So let's put it this way: if I had one of you in a viewer game,
You're all mined out of that.
and I said try some ghosts, and you knew you had lost, you'd just make ghosts, right?
It's not coming back.
That's what you would do. I know this because I've done hundreds of viewer games.
Since queens only cost minerals.
Like it's clear. Yeah, wait, where did the reactors go? Or are those new ranks? GG. The strong. I mean, it's coaching purposes. I like if they have ultras, you make ghosts. That's the process. That's what you do. You watch Maru do it. Ghosts are actually ridiculous in how strong they are. In fact, that's a big balance complaint for many people.
Mineral field upgrade complete.
A reasonable request.
Geyser exhausted. Mineral field depleted.
Those barracks aren't on the same key,
Field depleted.
which is important for building the other units.
Depleted.
Oh yeah, here we are.
Command center upgrade complete.
And academy. Yes, 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 all these things.
Add-on complete. Mineral field.
We got the ghosts. It's working. Noticeably slower. But I mean, if you never build ghosts. That's fair. If you've only built marines and tanks for your entire career.
is under attack. Is under attack.
Okay. I don't... Some beautiful stutter step. I need to compare. So what did we reach? I'm going to compare with Maru. That will be my final comparison.
Command center upgrade. Mineral field completed.
It's over 500 at some point. Yeah, it's just a remarkable amount of macro and micro. Okay, here's what you stand accused of. And I don't like accusing people. Is using a script like, like this one. In order to automate macroing. And then something similar for... I was Diamond, so this isn't your main account? As you can see, a reputable source. Three and 12 in gold. Diamond in league. Ah, there we are. Ah, we've turned the corner, I see. So the stutter step thing is something different, obviously. You can see it fighting.
Upgrade.
Like, I'm at 600 APM right now. Of course, I'm also building a whole bunch of different shit, but... Stutter step is straight from years of league. You know what? I could believe that. How are you so good about building Marines? How many games against the AI? Like, never queuing up too many. And almost never not queuing up any. That's just very impressive.
Mineral field depleted.
Hundreds of games against the AI.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field.
And never queuing up SCVs. Always just one at a time.
Command center.
This is perfect macro. Like, it's impressive. Like, it is more perfect than Maru. And that's saying something.
upgrade.
I've seen Maru queue up tanks before, queue up SCVs, especially going into a fight.
Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Add-on complete.
So, if you just add some ghosts into the mix, we got a new competitor.
Mineral upgrade.
The ghosts are the key. Yeah. My whole APM is just stutter step. What about the perfect macro I just mentioned? So you're saying that you played a little bit a year ago, and then 2 months ago, that game we saw, this game, not that game, I'm sorry. You just stepped right back into it. Right back into it. After 10 months and no other games. Like riding a bike. Yeah. This is not my only account. That is the best explanation. I don't think we're gonna have any closure here. By all accounts, you should be diamond. I wish you luck. These accusations are getting kind of out of hand. It's the same games. He's not admitting to it. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He just has perfect macro and micro and zero brain. Okay. Then we go back to the game we started with. All right? We go back to the very first game I looked at, which started me down this accusatory path, if you would. I just want to know what happens in this game. That's all I care about. This is what has set everything up. The people... Oh, Twitch chat's being fucking stupid. Alright? Hey, at least he played games. Not much better. So, I want you... to explain to me what the fuck this is. Why is there a cannon left finishing in the base? Yet it looks like we have a perfect build order we're doing. Why did we leave a cannon in the base? Panic. Pylons are the same HP? No, they're not. Cannons have less HP. A pylon has 200-200. A cannon has 150-150. Unless you meant same as other cannons.
Base is under attack.
They're both stopped on the same HP level. We never touched that cannon.
Command center upgrade complete.
What is also weird to me is the constantly checking to expand. Despite obviously not having remotely enough minerals. Lots of panic. Yes, lots of panic. That happens. The continually checking like there's an expansion there, yet there not being one because of the cannons. And the SCV is just waiting for their moment. Well, I wish you luck, and I look forward to your games. With that said, the lack of closure on Angry Coach. You just aren't as good at macro Terran players. Diamond Terrans, Gold Terrans, you can't compete. So, wait, the exact same HP? No. It's not exactly. 56, 56. Are you... What a coincidence. A lot of panic, all right? A lot of panic there. A lot of panic happening. I have no fucking idea. Some very precise and coincidental, yet panic. I have no idea. I have no explanation for this one. Like, that just seems like a massive coincidence. I have no idea. Like... It does seem like a insane coincidence.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
And then a cannon
Heather is
finishes.
chilling for 50 months.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, Angry Coach, good time to D.
Like, there's a whole metric fuck ton and a half of coincidences. Alright? And, once you figure them out, get back to us, and maybe you'll get out of the Gold League. With that said, thank you for watching Angry Coach Marathon / Witch Hunt Edition. I do think we found a witch, but who knows? Thank you for watching. Good luck, have fun. Like, subscribe. Stay chill.